everybody. You are welcome to the afternoon session of the Capnel workshop. I have a pleasure to introduce and present Anna Gawarecka, professor in the Institute of Slavic Philology, the head of the institute. She specializes on Czech literature and culture, and she has published inter alia a monograph titled The Margin and the Center, the presence of forms of popular culture in Czech literature of the interwar period. Today she is going to deliver a paper on victims or terrorists, how Czech literature looks at Islamic refugees.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Magda. In the essay, The Wrath of Odysseus, published in 2020, Dobroslavkov reflects on what is perhaps, in his opinion, the most burning dilemma of European modernity, and hypothesizes, although in a conditional mood, that this dilemma puts a mirror in front of the entire Western civilization, and this mirror reveals weak points of the political economic identity construct that determines the shape of all and survival of the world we know. The author begins his text by formulating the key question about question, and I will quote it. What if refugees are the most important question we face? If their appearance reveals the need to ask about the most fundamental issues, the multitude of answers and the speed with which they come up are surprising. As if the main goal was to erase the question itself before it had a chance to properly reach us, various discussions and practices are launched: political, ethical, scientific, journalistic, religious. All this bustle around answers is an expression of helplessness. However, if refugees pose a challenge to our thinking, it is probably not because we urgently need an answer, although this need usually effectively pretends to be of primary importance. The whole situation shows a much deeper problem. We don't really know what to ask and how to ask. Quote. This reflection, placed at the beginning of the textual consideration, projects and announces the direction in which the author intends to lead the narrative of his essay. Reflection on the seriousness of the question to the issue of the so-called refugee crisis at the center of the set of problems that Western civilization must face in order to redefine the foundations of its identity and rebuild them on new principles, or, from another perspective, to strengthen them, this foundation and protect them. In both cases, the catalyst for initiating a discussion on this topic is the anxiety caused by the uncontrolled inflow of illegal immigrants from the countries of the Middle East and on North Africa. Cox's essay should be treated as one of many voices in a wide-ranging discussion in which positions, views, and statements oscillate between slogans calling for radical stop to the refugee movement and between demands for accepting or even hosting migrants, which are often quite general and vague in attempts to formulate projects for assimilating illegal newcomers. In a simplified media political perspective, two media discussions lead in this debate, clearly separating the lights and the shadows of the situation. The first of them, anti-refugee, used strong arguments supported by oppressive practices administered by state institutions and legislative orders. The pro-refugee discourse is most often quieter. Its voices are coming from NGOs, representatives of socially engaged journalists, or left-wing, usually opposition politicians. On this side, there are fewer proposals for specific solutions, but more ethical justification referring either to the Christian tradition or the principles of humanitarianism enshrined in the human rights Convention. The xenophobic inclination hidden behind the irrational argumentation formulated by opponents of granting residence rights to illegal migrants, which include reservation of the political nature, for example, threat for terrorism, cultural nature, questioning of Western axiological paradigms, or also of sanitary nature, tropical infectious diseases, and no parasites, of course. We were discussing today. And all this make the refugees the object of fear and disgust. In this way, they impose to the public opinion imaginary matrices convincing enough to popularize and justify aversion to intruders and to shift all assimilation dreams into the sphere of utopian projects of repairing the world that does not take into account the real negative consequences of the too hasty implementation. Defenders are forced to adopt a defensive attitude. They are accused of carelessness and shallow sentimentality, or they are suspected of actions that weaken state security and undermine the foundations of social order. The author of the essay, however, chooses a different path. On the one hand, placing his analysis of contemporary exile in cultural context, first of all referring it to the story of Odysseus, and therefore including current civilization process in the domain of eternal myth, and on the other hand, showing potential strategies for discussing the topic in a way which allows avoiding the need to take sides in an ongoing dispute. He suggests that in order to offer an answer to the question asked in the introduction to the rapport of Odysseus, we should not involve political or humanitarian reasons, but rather seek a solution in the sphere of long-lasting topoi. I will quote this word. The thinking carried out here return to the tale. Is it an expression of helplessness in thinking to return to the stories? But when reaching for them, thinking does not have to abdicate. We can try to think along with the stories, look for the clues in them that will help us to understand what happens when a refugee arrives. If thinking returns to stories, it means that is once associated with them. And if so, it is not a journey into the unknown, but a return to a place where logos and mythos live side by side, creating a friendly and hospitable neighborhood. In the other words, when scientific, political, or journalistic formulas for explaining and solving refugee problems fail, narrative methods of modeling of the reality may come to the rescue. Modeling precisely because most texts dealing with this topic strive to show typical way, although using individual examples. We are talking primarily about texts representing a pro-refugee position in which, as Marta Petrusińska proves, two dominant discursive formations appear, sometimes separately and sometimes complementarily, namely the discourse of solidarity and compassion and the discourse of multiculturalism. The first of them refers to moral obligation, such as solidarity with refugees or helping them. Refugees are presented here as helpless people, especially since there are mainly women and children. From this narrative emerges a representation that I call the other, the needy one. The refugee is presented here as a person in a difficult, dramatic life situation, a war situation which is described using emotionally charged concepts such as tragedy, escape, bombing, hardship, lack of security, lack of autonomy, sense of loss. At the same time, this representation refers to the moral obligation of Western people toward forced migrants, whom the these Western people, should jointly protect and help. They are required to support and protect marginalized social groups. Europeans appear in this narrative as saviors of the soul. End of the quote. Taking up the topic of refugees itself, independently if it is implied through the construction of the fictional word or explicitly manifested, inevitably means entering the area of engaged writing. The validity of this statement is not changed by any experimental, postmodern, or neo-avant-garde narrative techniques that the authors use to revive the ossified patterns of writing about wandering. As Przemysław Czapliński says, when the effectiveness of these schemes are exhausted, I quote, migration literature chooses hybridity. This choice, understood as another modern strategy, results from the exhaustion of previous solutions and the lasting durability of the dilemma. The artists of late modernity still faced with the need to choose between engaging pure art, hyper, low, real and imaginary. However, alternative terms have become highly problematic, and synthetic solutions have became conventionalized. As a result, writers must look for new solutions to the conflicting values they encounter. In Czech literature, initially timid and cautious attempts to return to literary involvement appeared at the turn of the millennium and were a reaction to the excitement that was characteristic to the atmosphere of the 19th, caused by the regained right to resign from political, social, and ideological tasks, which were traditionally connected with the function of writing in totalitarian systems. However, the specific overproduction of postmodernism, pure games with convention, quickly lost this innovative freshness and novelty, turning, at least in the general opinion of readers, into a tedious and quickly petrifying manner. In 90s, almost completely dominant were the manifestos of creating freedom published by Krakow Milku, was declaring that, I quote, it is important to quote in this time, one in our program, consulting, one long era of Czech literature in which literature went hand in hand with politics has ended. The writer is no longer a national and political tribune, but a magician, a priest of the initiation ritual, an exalted prophet, and even a narcissistic and narcissistic dance. Nothing is more distant from each other than politics and literature. These two fields meet only for this purpose, so that literature serves the function of protecting individual freedom against any political manipulation, and perhaps defending the soul against all kinds of operations carried out on the collective spirits. And this is the only political service that society can expect from literature. However, in the first decade of the next century, in the atmosphere of millennium recapitulations and re-evaluations, different views began to emerge, respecting traditional ideas about the social role of literature and trying to restore its former prestige. At that time, the main concern was the risk of the disintegration of the readers' community and, as a result, the creation of various niches in which authors and connoisseurs of literary experiments would hide themselves, while the function of the mainstream would be taken over by popular culture, which is today inclined, and it should be emphasized, to accept the seemingly outdated status of the awakener of the conscience and the treasury of values, and update it for itself. Miroslav Balaschik warned against such in his scheme 2002, inaugurating a campaign for literary return to reality. Literature, in his opinion, because wastefully deprived itself of the opportunity to be a depository of moral, cognitive, social, and ideological values, and for this reason, it also gave up what is inherent in its own, namely the influence on shaping the spiritual, social climate. Well, undoubtedly, the ethical term literary studies contributed to the rehabilitation of engaged writing because, firstly, allows the process of reading to be treated as a tool for encountering otherness and questioning mental habits and customs, and secondly, brought back into favor both the consideration of the relationship between, as Anna Burzyńska says, the world of text and the world of real, and also entitled us to ask questions about the purpose of publishing literary works. The most important question that began to be asked then was, it's from Anna Burzyńska report, why do you write, interpret, read, research literature? And the only politically correct answer was because in order to use these practices to actively intervene in the social sphere and the political sphere, in particular oppose all forms of injustice, discrimination, domination, exclusion, and violence. The end of the quote. It seems that it is not easy to find in the modern work the most spectacular example of the oppressive practices mentioned here than the widespread strategies invented to discourage migrants from attempting to illegally cross European. Czech literature reacted to the refugee crisis quite late and not very extensively. This shouldn't be surprising. The Czech Republic is not located like Greece, Italy, Hungary, or in recent years Poland, on the main route of transit trajectories, though it is perceived as a destination for migrants' dreams of peace and prosperity. So the problem itself has affected it in much lesser extent than the border states of the European Union, or typically considered wealthy Western countries. This does not mean, however, that the question about refugees, their biographies, reasons for migrating or trying to settle in a new world do not appear in this literature at all. However, fictional images of migrants are most often located outside the Czech territory, usually in Germany. They draw inspiration from media information and therefore by the mechanism of double mediation operates in them. And what is more important, they try to see the world from someone else's point of view, refugees or a European observing them, which may encourage the reader to apply the principle of hermeneutics of suspicion and ask questions about the right to speak in not one's own voice, and to appropriate the other, even when this strategy is tended to serve to a good cause and force the recipients to re-evaluate radically their attitudes and opinions. Marek Szyderka, it's for you, Marek Szyderka's novel Unawa Material Fatigue. There are many versions, English versions, but I don't know why I didn't find English versions. Marek Szynderska's novel Material Fatigue, published in 2016 and honored with the prestigious Fantasy Litera Award, can be regarded as a model example of both this not fully justified appropriation and the discourse of solidarity, with that reservation, however, with some reservations, however, because the subject of the presentation here is not the exemplification of solidarity behavior, but rather the complete lack. And what comes to the fore are the harassment and repression that migrants face after crossing the borders of the European world. I quote, "He had never seen so many fences in his life, so many wires. When they stopped him, a woman wrote a number on his hand with a deep pen. The guards then called him with the number. No one could pronounce his name, so they took it away from him completely. He found himself in a place called a detention center. As he realized, a detention center is no different from a prison. All the buildings were overcrowded. 15, 20 tin containers, and one next to other tightly connected. People were moving around in the wired space, but most of them were already dead. He saw it in their eyes. The bodies were moving, but there was darkness inside them. Their phones, documents, laptops were taken away, trapped in the time that has become completely deregulated. And around this whole hostile continent, surrounded by double fence and barbed wire. From the perspective of the pro-refugee discourse, and such a perspective consistently dominates in textual narrative, the most important thing here seems to be firmness, with which the writer operates implicitly by constructing broad structures and placing evaluative accents in them, accuses the European world, from states, institutions to public opinion, about passivity, the repressive nature of administrative orders, community egoism, succumbing to pejorative stereotypes, tolerating hate crimes, economic benefits from people smuggling, trafficking in human organs, also for war tourism, or at best, indifference and fear of what is foreign, untamed, and as such, arousing fear and anxiety. Read from this point of view, Szynderska's novel, which tells the story of two brothers, probably Syrians, although the narrator does not explicitly specify their national origin, who, accidentally separating during their trip to Europe, try to find each other, recapitulates most of the catalogue of refugees' negative experiences described in numerous journalistic and documentary reports. The younger of the characters, consistently referred to as a boy, which makes him a specific refugee everyman, is shown in a situation of absolute loneliness. After escaping from a camp from illegal immigrants, he wanders the winter wasteland of an unspecified, if you does not know what state he's in, unspecified another European country, deprived of any support. He is dependent only on his own survival skills. What really matters is protection from frost, wind and snowstorm, satisfying hunger, and finding at least a relatively safe hiding place to avoid being arrested again. Lost in a reality that is foreign for him in every aspect, linguistic, national, social, and even, or above all, climatic, the boy tries to survive, and his life is reduced to pure animal existence. It is hard to resist the impression that such radical somatization corresponds to George Agamben's concept of homo sacer, according to which life, defined by the philosopher as naked, is deprived of all political and civil rights, which, among other things, means that it can be killed with impunity. These are photos of the film by Jerzy Skolimowski from 2010, Essential Killing, and I show it not because it is similar, but it is similar in this sense that this is also winter. And this hero is also, this character is also alone, and he escaped from the CIA prison in Poland, and he is terrorist. So it is in some level similar, in some level not, but the situation similar. Humanity, defined in this way, reduced to its biological effective rudiments, undoubtedly first of all makes it easier for the writer to evoke strong emotional reactions of the reader, and therefore Schindler uses a strategy defined by Wittgenstein as inducing shock. And this mechanism of inducing shock, wherein the novel obviously not used gratuitously. On the one hand, they strengthen the performative dimension of the narrative. On the other hand, paradoxically, by building a community of somatic experiences, they shorten the distance between the refugees and Europeans. Imagine what the hero is going through, and even empathetic immersion does not, in this case, require identity modifications. The older brother, Amir, acts in much more rational way, raises face, contacts with other refugees and Europeans, listens to the stories of his escaped companions, so he is shown in interpersonal relationships, which make it easier to visualize the variety of migrants' fates and helps to complete the previously mentioned catalogue of negative experiences, from the strictly utilitarian practices of people smugglers, through the cruelty of juvenile members of right-wing militias, the transplant industry, deportations and so-called pushbacks, to the professional neutrality of immigration bureaucracy. And here, the somatic dimension of refugee experiences is exposed. We should just recall a story of a young Palestinian who searched his kidney to obtain funds for the journey. On the way, Amir was transported across the border. The man opened the hood and revealed an engine that looked like twisted in trades. Amir noticed that in the upper part behind the engine there was a small space like a pocket. He couldn't imagine how a human body would fit in it. He gave the European another worried look and immediately realized that this was how it was supposed to be. He wanted to scream, but he couldn't take a breath. He couldn't hear anything except his heartbeat, which he felt in his knees, in his throat, against his face, against his body. Everything was rolling, blood was rushing to his head. He couldn't feel his feet, his knees, pressed against his ribs, but some air was flowing into his lungs. He thought about the European. He knows what he is doing. He has already transported many people in this capsule, so it has to be. In the chapters devoted to Amir, refugee dilemmas gain a much more documentary but also rationalized dimension. He is better able to comment and interpret the event than his younger brother. And explain the reasons of the decision to leave his home country and embark on an extremely dangerous journey with no guarantee of reaching his destination. Well, they didn't talk about it, but even his brother was aware that they had to leave, that there was nothing else left for them. They must leave these ruins. Life here is over. At some point, things have lost meaning to the point that they will never regain. The individual point of view that Schillerka adopts in his novel ultimately weakens, although does not completely eliminate the impact of the journalistic and media perspective that governs public opinion today and describes migrants as victims of civilizational disasters and war failures or Islamic terrorists wanting to destroy all European culture. What colleagues here are not people, but prejudices, stereotypes, and generally speaking, various imagological constructs. They attribute strictly pejorative features to the stranger, and the strangeness should be treated here in both sides. So, refugees look at us without trust, and Europeans look at them. In such certification, breaking boundaries seems impossible, and all actions aimed at achieving mutual understanding shatter against the wall of fear, hatred, and superstitions. Meanwhile, in Schiller's approach, the reaffirmation of this non-conformist position requires, similarly to Potts' cited earlier, a look at the historical conditions of migration crisis. The basis for the activation of refugee initiatives is always an identical and cyclical mechanism which, once activated, generates endless replications, and this chain cannot be stopped. The readiness to escape passed down from generation to generation, recorded in family post-memory, in culture, genes, programs, patterns of reaction to the situation of recurring collective existential threat in almost fatalistic. At least this is what follows from the conversation between the Palestinian mentioned above and the immigration officer. And I think this text is really important here. What do you want from me? In New Europe, the Germans started killing Jews. The Jews fled Europe, started taking our land and killed my grandparents, so we fled to Syria. In Syria, everyone started killing each other, so now I'm fleeing to Germany. What don't you understand? History comes full circle, it returns to the starting point, so that the founding sin committed by Europeans in the statement, of course, by Nazi Germans, but in the eyes of Palestinian and similar national and ideological stratification do not play any slightest role. So this sin can be redeemed or compensated now thanks to the help provided to refugees by Westerners. The explicit condemnation of European reluctant helplessness implied by the textual structure of the plot, which, as Georgia Agamben puts it, causes the refugees issue to pass into the hands of the police and humanitarian organization, finds its symbolic counterpart in the technique of depicting a fictional space that is consistently built from components resembling post-apocalyptic and post-industrial landscape, with strong bonds and leisure transactions, with a mythical symbolism on the road. It is dominated by scrapyards, illegal garbage dumps, makeshift set and workhouses, underbuilt and fallen into ruined factories, and even never settled suburban districts. It looks like they escaped from the ruins and arrived at the ruins. This kind of space obviously doesn't resemble a dream promised land, and it is difficult to associate it with the concept of the shelter or asylum. It is rather closer, as Przemysław Czapliński pointed in his interpretation of transitive reality presented in migration literature to false heterotopia or no places analyzed by Marco Zell. And it is also not a pilgrimage, but aimless, desperate wandering that controls the actions of the characters. As a result, a special symmetry is created. The new Greek world turns out to be as dangerous and unfriendly, and those abandoned ruins in which things have lost their meaning, and Europe turns into a land in a literal and T.S. Eliot's sense wasted, ravaged, devastated, abandoned by people, and in no way corresponding to the desire to regain home and take it again. A radically different image of the refugees community is offered in the novel Society Ostatni, Neighbors and the Others from 2003 by Otto Philipp, a bilingual Czech German writer for whom emigration experience is one of the main themes of the work, deeply immersed in the autobiographical matter, although treating it as a starting point for the making far-reaching fictional transformations. In none of his works, however, does the author so consistently strike at the conventions of depicting the figure of exile emigrant, strongly established literature, which mostly imposes in this case the obligation to use elements of the elegiac nostalgic paradigm. Philip does not hesitate to question and even ridicule these conventions, proposing in their place a kind of apotheosis of nomadic subjectivity in the understanding given to this concept by Rosie Braidotti, or global citizenship. Traditional paradigm is clearly deprecated by the protagonist of the novel, the non-writing writer Oskar Mistiaszek, by whose eyes the reader sees the presented micro-world of Bavarian little suburban streets, exposed and unmasked both the shallowness and superstitious nature of pro-European democratic declarations, which often conceal real, usually hypocritical motives and views, as well as the anachronism of all traditional forms of expressing nostalgia for the lost homeland. And I quote, he is talking about this lack of roots. I do not suffer from their absence in my homeland or in the local German soil because I am not a tree or a potted plant, but a man of 21st century, wandering from one language to another, and no man who wandered between European cultures, family sites, homeland, fuck it. German neighbors are willing, at least awkwardly, to accept a Czech immigrant who has been living for years in his own house, is a Biedermeier suburb, German suburb, and shares with them both the cultural basis and value systems, as well as moral norms and social conventions, but from newcomers from Asia and Africa and from post-communist Eastern Europe too. Isolated, undeveloped space, a cluster of containers located outside the orderly area of idyllic Bavarian buildings and the neighborhood's consolidated bourgeois business. The migrants living in this makeshift town pay back the resident inhabitants not only by stealing their property, especially bicycles, but also, or rather primarily, by making conspirational plans to deal the final blow to the West, which in their opinion is meditated on the verge of collapse. And this, I should quote it. We live in the age of refugees, in times when people leave their impoverished homeland plundered by white colonialists and go to search of another one. In other words, we live in a period of a new immigration of people, but compared to the migration of people in the first half of the first millennium, when at most 2, maybe 3 million people set off, now over 200 million starving people have set out or are preparing to go to Europe. The previous revolutions and wars, all of them as if they had not existed. We, the barbarians, will begin to write in on history. And what you also consider low so fall for us, and we will take back everything that you have stolen from us for centuries. So, the so-called right to patrimony was invented by you and faithful white dogs, but only for yourselves. And now we will pay you back for our wrongs with pleasure. Already from the east and south, we move towards Europe. We are the advanced guard, millions will follow us. Your era is ending, ours is coming. We still foreigners to you today are your future masters. The end of this book. The rhetoric of this manifesto of the future victory of the Third World invaders delivered by posing as a prophet, Oxford-educated Arab named Ali, used elements of Islamic discourse, white and faithful dogs, for example, which may clearly suggest the direction from which the inevitable destruction of the Western world will come. However, the artisans of this speech, apart from the protagonists of the novel, are both Polish economic emigrants and Romanian gypsies. Above the national and religious conflicts and divisions, there is an overarching community of the excluded who, regardless of the reasons lying behind the decision to emigrate, are united by old resentment, a sense of historical injustice, and the need to redress their harms. The prophetic tone and controversial meaning of this statement is weakened by the fact that they come from the story that the protagonist constructs using the convention of protest hyperbolization and therefore constitute a kind of outpost of metafiction in an otherwise also anti-illusory narrative, additionally aimed at provoking politically correct beliefs of the recipient. But this does not mean that there are no signals of awareness of the growing threat behind it. The prophecy of the inevitability of the disappearance of the European cultural model used arguments extracted from the repertoire of historiographical statements, primarily from the cyclical concept of history again, uses rich metaphors related to the image of a barbarian invasion, or from a slightly different perspective, elements of post-colonial discourse. The special, the greater eschatology that rules in the novel Microcosm, Oscar is the author of a quasi-anthropological essay with significant and strange title, The Strange Tendency of German Towards Specific or Exclusive Types of Dying. So the eschatology. Also affect the global perspective and the futurological prophecies proclaimed here, and the extremely pessimistic tone. And even more radical axiological insolvability of the problems generated by refugees, the refugee crisis, and the impact of the future of Europe is shown in Dawid Zabrański novel. This is Africa, this is Europe, but in vertical position, and it resembles a cat with this cat's head. In Dawid Zabrański, in the novel Behind the Alps, from 2017, advertising as the most discussed child book in recent years, which traces several decades biography of a wealthy upper middle class child German family of porters. And here the term of 89 does not arouse enthusiasm. The return to the long abandoned homeland turns out to be not so much difficult as altogether unwanted or even undesirable. The characters grow into the German society without denying its cultural advantage, which is, this is here, a result of a longer, in the case of Germany, a longer integration into the European traditions, the sources of heroes see in the heritage of the ancient source of Europe. And they perceive all signals and symptoms of questioning the validity of Eurocentric attitudes. Yeah. Przepraszam, sorry. It's that. The symptoms of questioning the validity of Eurocentric attitudes as signs of the approaching catastrophe. I will omit its password, right? And I'm finishing. Speech. None of the three mentioned here novels refers directly to political discourses and does not express specific ideologies. However, it should be remembered that, as Przemysław Czapliński says, the political nature of literature is expressed not through the work's commitment to the specific option, but through the ability to engage the recipient in independently determining the rules of exercising power. For such a reversal to take place, the author must escape the existing ideological divisions and at the same time question them. It is necessary to mix discursive formations to show what the dominant discourse consists of, how it came to achieve a dominant position, and how changes can be introduced, must be introduced into it, how to include voices that are not heard, considered unimportant and omitted. Such peripheral and uncomfortable voices are tried to be heard by writers who see the refugee crisis as a starting point to express difficult and often controversial opinions regarding the state, mostly spiritual and ethical, of Western civilization. With the collapse of the myth of Europe as a land of peace and prosperity, the axiomatic and lasting nature of the system of European values is also being questioned, and it is even more disturbing. The helplessness shown in Czech novels, which hides moral indifference under lofty slogans, only confirms that in the face of the migration of people, literature can should return to its former social obligations, and that, what is more, literature does today convincingly achieving quite successful reception and reviewers' approval.
Thank you very much. So the discussion now is open. You're welcome to make questions, comments, remarks.
I was thinking, what is going to change in discourse on migrants as terrorists after the recent shootings, mass killings, or revolutionary terrorist attack at the Prague University, made not by, of course, migrant, but of one local guy. And we also have now attack in Slovakia, Prime Minister. So I was thinking how...
You are talking about Slovakia Prime Minister?
Slovakia also and Prague, the university. There was a mass shooting. How events will perhaps change discourses, but this, of course, this is a broader issue of relationship between events and discourses.
I think that it couldn't or shouldn't change the attitudes to Islamic terrorists because no one of them wasn't Islamic terrorist, and I think no one of them, it is definition way, wasn't terrorist. This who was shooting people in Prague was mental sick, ill, it was mental disease, and this man who tried to kill Prime Minister Fico was Slovak. So it can't put the blame on the terrorists from Syria or I don't know, Morocco, because so I don't think that it could change the attitude to these refugees from war in Syria, starving Africa or something like that. No. The accidents that happened are awful, and I don't know, because I don't see the connection between this.
No, you can use that cases to say, look, migrants are not the terrorists, we are the terrorists, you know, we are in danger.
Any other questions? Yes, please.
Thank you. Anna, you were drawing attention really well to the way stereotypes characterize the representation of migrants in the press, even ones that might come from a place of support or empathy, and how, as you said, emotionally charged ways of depicting experience that use narratives like tragedy can, I think you were saying, reinforce hierarchies in ways that can be problematic. Am I right in saying that you were saying one of the really important things about literature might be where it uses particular kinds of narrative techniques,
Of course.
like that kind of somatic experience,
Of course,
to make us feel as if we're feeling, as if we can understand what is happening without, but also disrupting those hierarchies.
Of course, because as Czaplinski, I quoted it, wrote, some narrative techniques are exhausted, are not effective. So we used to this kind of discourses, immigration policy discourse, nostalgia and so on, and now we faced a little bit similar, but a little bit quite different problem, and what must, not I, but must look for the other ways of expression, and this Genderka tries to look, to watch, to observe, to feel like the refugee, and additionally the 15 or 14 years child. But it would be, I know what I'm talking because he visited our university once, and we were talking about this with him. So he had to use the hybridity of techniques because he wanted to show as much problems and suffering and so on of these refugees as he can. So he showed one boy who is running in the labyrinth of frozen, of winter forest, and the second brother who is smuggled in the car, in the engine of the car, who is talking with immigrant officers, with other refugees. They are talking him his stories, and in this way, I think, technically, he fulfilled the image. We must talk about push suspect, about deportation, about attack of young gangs, about I don't know what, rapes, also about, and so on, so on, so on. This picture is complete in this way. So, and there is all this narrative is next narrative for this Palestinian who sold his kidney for the money for the whole family, for his family to go to Europe, and one of his family survived. Okay. And it is a long story with all somatic consequences. Very short.
Any other questions? May I make you a question? I would like to ask about the idea of the inducing shock. It caught my attention, and because, okay, I wonder whether it was used in these novels because the migrants' experience is so dramatic, or maybe it could be considered as a specific tool of political literature in general, because if we consider that the objective of the political novel is to influence the reader or to transform or to contribute. So, do you consider this specific tool as a specific mechanism of political literature?
Of course. As I could repeat it, because that's not my words, that the political nature of literature is expressed not through the work's commitment to a specific option, but through the ability to engage in the recipient. So when he is talking about, writer is talking about the problem which is political, the problem is political.
But this specific, could you elaborate more about this concept of the inducing shock? Am I repeating correctly? The concept
I could read it now because I passed by it. The inducing shock, which means a violent collision, a sudden, even brutal contact. Its essence is shock. Unlike compassion and fear, it is fueled by the necessary element of surprise. While we may fear that we already know, shock involves encountering the unexpected, the experience of being thrown into a different configuration of mind. We become object of ambush and attack. Shock invades the conscience of reader or viewer, breaking his line of defense. But you must, in this text and her conception, it must be great shock, great, very brutal picture.
And you discover it in those texts?
No, when you read 3 or 4 pages of the book, when the character is dying in the engine of the car, and he's transported in it by several hours, I think that it is shocking.
Thank you.
I only wanted to say that it is a fence which was mentioned in the center, but these are not bisons, of course, but also.
Another comment to be made?
Ania, you used term long places by Marc Roget. And I know that Marc Roget introduced both to places like airports or railway stations, but also for detention centers. I think I have always having problems with using the same term to describe these places. I know that this is the definition based on the fact that the people do not have a special individual relation, it's not homely and so on. But do you think that the detention center is a known place, yes? Or these areas here are different than known places, the communication centers? Maybe I did not catch your quotation properly, yes? If you could explain.
It was not about the detection center from which this boy escaped in the beginning of the story, but about all the space shown there, because it is transitive. It is not home. It is something between. It is the space from which everybody wants to escape, to live in. And the no places of Auger are sensitive. For example, station, supermarket, you go there, you don't root in there, and you live in. And in this metaphorical way, only in this. And I think this heterotopia is brought there to the conception of my idea of thinking about it. But this no place is used in literature about literature of refugees, so examples.
I can't see any other volunteers to talk, so I think we can close this speech. Okay, we will continue now with the next speakers. It is a joint paper prepared by two authors. So, welcome here, Eva and Gerard. I will be presenting the authors. Eva is a professor in the Institute of Slavic Philology at Adam Mickiewicz University. She specializes on contemporary and recent literature of the former Yugoslavia. It means Croatian, Serbian, Bosnian literature. Her last monograph, published in 2019, is on concealment, omission, and re-remembering in Croatian prose after 1991. And she jointly prepared a paper with Gerard Runge, an assistant professor at the Faculty of Polish and Classical Philology of Adam Mickiewicz University. And he specializes on contemporary and recent literature and theory of literature. Recently, just a few months ago, he has published a book, Death of Don Quixote, on novelty in postmodern literature and culture. The paper is on identity, crypt, and migration, two case studies from contemporary Slavic prose, Bosnian and Polish.
Thank you very much. Together with my colleague Eva, we would like to present the problem of labile, that is hypocritical, silent or repressed identity on the basis of two very different books, which, however, present significant structural similarities at the level of the construction of the main characters. Eva prepared a discussion of the book by the Bosnian writer Igor Stik's Eliehova Stolica, which was translated into English under the title The Judgment of Richard Richter, which deals with the great problem of Jewish identity in the context of the Holocaust during World War II. And I dealt with the book Dom Róży Krysuvik, which translates into Rosa's House Krysuvik, which also raises the issue of identity, but not in the context of great history, but on the example of the fate of an ordinary Polish economic emigrant from the early 2000s. We will try to show that both of these books, although seemingly very distant from each other, can be analyzed on the matrix of psychoanalytic concepts such as the crypt, trauma, and memory, theoretically introduced by thinkers such as Sigmund Freud, Jacques Lacan, Jacques Derrida, and Nicholas Abraham and Maria Tork. The economic emigration of Poles to Iceland is a separate phenomenon within the broader phenomenon of Polish migration movements after the breakthrough in 1989. The fate of emigrants going to Germany, Great Britain, the United States, or Scandinavian countries other than Iceland to work is one of the great topics of contemporary Polish literature. Over the last 35 years, so many literary works have been written on this topic that it is sometimes considered that they constitute a separate literary genre, and this is how they are presented to students of literary studies during their academic education. However, Iceland itself has so far only been poorly represented in Polish immigration literature, even though it has been an important element of the Polish socio-economic structure for several decades. It would be an exaggeration to say that every Pole has someone in his family who emigrated to Iceland, but to say that everyone has heard of someone having an Icelandic episode in their biography is no longer the case. According to data from the National Register of Iceland, in 2022, Iceland was inhabited by over 23,000 Poles, constituting over 6% of the country's total population. It is also the largest minority on the island, constituting approximately 36% of all immigrants. Initially, Polish workers worked mainly in the metal and fish processing industries, while in later years, Poles also began to find work in the care sector at a comparable rate. It is in a care home for the elderly that the actual part of the work Dom Róży Krysuvik, consisting of 2 novellas, takes place, which I will discuss in a moment. The author, Hubert Imchodobrzaniecki, is a writer born in 1967 in Lower Silesia. After leaving the seminary, he went to Iceland, where he lived for 10 years. It was during his emigration that he became seriously involved in literary work. He started writing poems in Polish, which he then translated into Icelandic and published in local magazines. In 2003, he made his debut with the novel Stacja Bielała Zachodnia, the title of which refers to the railway station in his hometown. However, it did not receive much publicity. The breakthrough in his literary career was Dom Róży Krysuvik, published in 2006, for which he was nominated for the Nickel Literary Award, one of the most important literary awards in Poland. The protagonist of Rosa's House is Hubert, who is in his 30s and represents a variant of the man without qualities. On the first pages of his story, he confesses that he is not entirely sure why he ended up in Iceland at all. And now a quote. Curiosity, vocation, torment, blessing. I don't know what brought me here, but maybe curiosity is the driving force. Then curiosity became a vocation, the vocation became a torment, and the torment became a blessing. Years later, I think this is how I can explain my trip to the island. Quote end. The reader meets him at the moment of a kind of identity crisis. Yesterday's rebel and wanderer is now tormented by a sense of failure and lack of belonging. He characterizes himself using cliched phrases which we do not know whether they are memories of the judgments he heard about himself in the past and which he probably rebelled against during the years of his frenetic youth, or whether they are his projections about how he must be perceived by outsiders, which turned into an obsession defining his current way of functioning in the world. I quote, "The state he doesn't walk on the ground with his feet, nor he cares about what will become of him. He lives in his own world. He is not afraid of God. Well, when he starts a house, when he starts a family, when he calms down and starts living a normal life, we will see. Quote, end of quote. Without any hesitation, he decides to work in a nursing home after reading an advertisement in the newspaper. The remaining 100 pages of the novella are a record of his interactions with the staff and residents of the facility, interspersed with personal memories and reflections on Icelandic society. In his account, Klimko Dobrzaniecki consistently incites feelings of horror and disgust in the reader. Naturalistic descriptions of care treatments and moving observations about interpersonal relationships within Icelandic society form a reflection on two broad issues towards which the narrator adapts an attitude of rebellion and disagreement. On the one hand, it is a record of a painful confrontation with the experience of old age at the most basic existential level. And on the other, it is a severe criticism of the degradation of interpersonal bonds and the disappearance of family values in the society of late modernity. What is interesting is the way in which the author uses well-known literary conventions and uses petrified stylistic measures to construct a deeply personal, intimate message. Thanks to this action, not only the story he tells and presents to the reader, but also the literary tradition are transformed into a tool for working through personal trauma. When depicting old age, Klimko Dobrzaniecki focuses on highlighting the old man's progressive loss of agency. The inability to control the body at the physiological level leads to the client losing his or her social identity, and consequently, his or her contact with reality at the most basic level is impaired. The facility's residents are people who have experienced personality deterioration. They became beings completely dependent on other people, who in Hubert's narrative are not so much persons in the full sense of the word, but rather beings whose subjectivity either comes down to the ability to express only basic emotions, mainly shame, fear, and despair, or completely disappears, which manifests itself in deep apathy. French philosopher Catherine Malabou wrote in her book Ontology of the Accident that disease processes, or those simply related to the aging of the body, which cause changes at the neurological level, lead to the disintegration of personality and identity. In her view, the existential continuity of a person affected by such changes is completely broken. He or she ceases to be themselves in the most literal sense of this expression. The fate of these helpless and defenseless people in Klimko Dobrzaniecki's account is terrifying. In the optimistic variant, the facility staff simply treats them as objects and performs care treatments around them with cold indifference. Young people do not pity or care for old people. They only perform codified actions on them. These activities concern the care of the ward's physiology, so it is an interaction at the level of the deepest intimacy. But there is no contact between one person and another. The caregiver looks through the ward, almost not noticing him, while the ward remains absent, hiding in apathy or childishness. In the pessimistic variant, these charges are exposed to violence from degenerate guardians. The narrator describes scenes in which all people are humiliated, insulted, and beaten. In one of the culminating moments of the story, even a scene of sexual abuse is presented. The situation in which the residents of the nursing home find themselves leads the narrator to mercilessly criticize Icelandic society. In his view, Icelanders treat the decrepit loved ones as a problem that is easiest to simply hide out of sight. A quote. Now a family means joint repayment of loans, joint payment of bills and their own, joint and non-owned children, overworked parents, fathers working overtime because there is still more work than hands to work. And then the children don't know you and put you in such an institution, sign an euthanasia document, because you live too long and they need your money to pay off the big G. And if they haven't decided yet that they will kill you before Christmas, maybe they will come to you on Sunday and right after opening the door, after swallowing the first air saturated with ammonia, they will think about leaving immediately, escaping from themselves, from the image of themselves for several dozen years. End of quote. With the mention of the euthanasia document, Klimko-Dobrzaniecki engages the reader in a kind of intertextual game. Although his criticism of Icelandic societies is undoubtedly sincere, he uses cards that are well recognizable in Polish cultural reality, on which the right-wing narrative about the opposition between the rotten West and the Slavic countries, which are the stronghold of traditional values, is built. Conspiracy theories about unregulated euthanasia, to which an elderly person may fall victim due to a moment of inattention, are the leitmotif of conservative narratives about demoralized Western countries. In the context of Scandinavian countries, the theme of euthanasia is often accompanied by stories about demonic state institutions monitoring the well-being of children, such as the Norwegian Barnevernet, which are supposed to take children away from their parents because of the proverbial bruise on the knee. However, we are talking about playing with these right-wing narratives, not about reproducing them, due to the elements appearing in the course of the story that are completely incompatible with these narratives and do not fit into the conservative order of values. We are talking here primarily about the narrator's completely unexpected reflections with a strongly feminist overtone, the function of which is revealed only in the very final of the work. Taking a stand for women, Hubert sharply criticizes the Catholic Church, citing the regulations applicable in the Lutheran version of Christianity as a model. This is something absolutely unimaginable and unforgivable in the reality of the imagination of Polish conservatism. A quote, "In my world, God did not call women to serve in high church positions. In my world, God was a man. His Son was also a man, because it was undeniable, but the Holy Spirit was also a man. In my world, a woman was a source of sin, temptation, vanity, and jealousy. The Pope of my world apologized to women once, but that was it. I could never understand this hypocrisy. A church that honors one woman so much demeans other so much." End of quote. The turning point in Hubert's identity journey occurs when he is assigned to work in the apartments on the top floor of an old people's home, inhabited only by extremely wealthy residents. Their inhabitants live in a completely different, luxurious conditions, reminiscent of Thomas Mann's pictures from the Davos Sanatorium. One of the residents of these apartments is the titular Mrs. Rose, who is introduced at the very end of the story, but is well known to those readers who have decided to start reading with Krzyżewicz, the second novella in the work, and the reader's own decision as to which novella begins its reading is inscribed in the structure of the work. Krzyżewicz is a short story stylized as a biblical parable and a Scandinavian saga, about the extremely tragic fate of a girl who was born blind and lost her entire family in early childhood, mother, father, and sister, and was then taken in by a pastor. Mythicizing stylistic measures make her function in the work as a character chosen by God, suspended between the earthly and sacred world. As a blind person, she sees more, notices things invisible to ordinary mortals. In Rosa's house, she returns to us at the end of her life. Initially, she lived in the lower floors of the facility with everyone else, but one day she bought a lottery ticket in the company shop and won millions of crowns. Therefore, this is a character twice blessed, by God with blindness giving him insight into reality in the parable saga of Krzyżewicz, and through the system of late capitalists with money from heaven in the postmodern Rosa's house. Rosa listens to Hubert's stories and makes him feel truly seen for the first time in his life. She makes him realize that his work in the nursing home and his arrival on the island in general, is a form of escape from reality. She encourages him to face this reality by pursuing his true calling, which is literature. A quote. It must be terrible, says Róża to Hubert, to grow old with the residents. Before you know it, you will be their age, and the children will prepare a place for you in such a house. You probably don't want that. I guess not, I replied, lost in thought. If you want to write, write and don't look back. Write. According to Griselda Pollock, a British art historian and critic, art is supposed to lead to an encounter during and through which trauma will be transmitted, but not in the form of paralyzing and speechless ballast, but as an acceptance of irreducible otherness. In the final paragraphs of Rosa's House, Hubert makes an exponential confession. He admits that his emigration was in fact an escape and confesses though to the trauma of his parents' divorce when he was a child, and specifically his mother's deep depression as a consequence of this separation. With this sudden confession, the narrator ends his story. Now I will move to the Igor Styx novel. Igor Styx, a Bosnian author born in Sarajevo in 1977, includes Elias Chair, in original Eliachowa Stolica, in the title of his novel. To begin with, it needs to be pointed out that this is an object closely connected to the Judaic tradition, namely to the ritual circumcision of newborn boys. The Hebrew Kisa Shel Eliyahu is a chair or an ornamented armchair, which is unoccupied during the ceremony of circumcision, as it is meant for Eliah the prophet. It is placed to the right of the seat taken by the sandok, a person holding the baby during the ritual. The mohel, a physician, a ritual circumcisor, puts a child on the chair, which symbolizes Eliah's love, for a moment and recites the blessing. The prophet is here identified as the angel of the covenant, of which sign is circumcision. This relates to Eliah complaining to God about people's disregard for circumcision. As a reward for his zeal and to prove him wrong, the Creator makes Eliah the participant in every such ceremony. It is also thought that Eliah stands in for the guardian angel of a newborn child. The shredded and non-linear plot of Igor Styx's novel develops on three planes. The protagonist, Richard Richter, a native of Vienna but living in Paris, 50-year-old, slightly burnt-out writer, finds out by accident that his biological father was a Yugoslav Jew, probably murdered in a concentration camp. Styx weaves into the novel the myths of Oedipus and Odysseus. The main character is the new homo faber who cannot escape his fate and unwittingly conducts an affair with his half-sister Alma. He is also Odysseus returning to, as he admits, the wrong Ithaca. The character's reality consists not only of what can be seen, but also of what has been concealed by dominant historical and political narratives. Wrongdoings, injustice, and various forms of alienation. As Derrida argues, for example, in his essay Force, the English words of Nicholas Abraham and Maria Torok, the determinants of the present are the past, shadows, and existence among ghostly presents. The notion of the crypt, psychological repression, and trauma are part of the hauntology discourse. The crypt is a figure interpreted in the light of the thought of Freud, Lacan, Derrida, Abraham, and Torok. Recently, a Polish researcher, Jakub Momro, explains the meaning of the crypt in the following way. In the psyche, where the unconscious and assigned to it subject overlap, a matrix notion of all experience, namely the crypt, emerges. The crypt also functions as a paradoxical figure of a living dead, still alive but already deceased, and vice versa. Already deceased, although still present in the world of the living. The crypt is the symptom of the construction. On the other hand, it constitutes the system ordering an individual life according to the latent law of simultaneity of life and death. End of quote. The crypt represents trauma, a wound resulting from finding out the truth, a split childhood experiences, ghosts of fathers, community grievances prevent from exiting the crypt or even lifting its lid. In Styx's novel, the Blue Notebook harbors a family secret and 50 years of lies. Richard's mother, Paula Müller, died soon after giving birth, and his stepfather, Heinrich, was enlisted in the Wehrmacht, and after returning from the Eastern Front in 1945, he committed suicide. Despite Paula's pregnancy, Heinrich decided to marry her to save the half-Jewish child. Richard wishes he had not found and read the Blue Notebook. I quote, "I was shaken. It crossed my mind to burn the notebook and push what I'd read deep into myself so that it would dissolve in the bitterness gathered there." End of quote. And the second quote, "I was born twice, first in Vienna in 1942 and then in Sarajevo, half a century later." Along with the symbolical death and rebirth of Richard, who finds out the truth about his origins, his spatial identity on the axis Vienna-Sarajevo also changes. Before he sets off for war-torn Bosnia to find his father or other family members, he already feels no bond with Vienna, his home city that he never liked, subconsciously detested and felt alien in, which is why he chose to live in Paris. Later, he writes about Sarajevo. "Every thought brings me back to that city which is disappearing at this very moment. It's where I belong, though I only spent a brief time there. A city where I've always belonged, despite all the years when its existence had been merely a geographic fact for me." End of quote. As the son of Heinrich Richter, who served in the Wehrmacht, Richard has all his life been repressing trauma caused by the burden of inherited German culpability for the crimes of Hitlerism. I quote, "I hated them," that is Germans, "because I was one of them. What does the bond of blood mean, and what about the adopted children?" End of quote. Dominic Lacapra defines this phenomenon as secondary trauma. Richard's new identity places him among the victims. "Why is it a bigger deal to discover your father is a Jew and not a postman? I wondered, rather ironically." End of quote. Identity is here related to the question of fatherhood, whether we are brought into existence by persecutors or the persecuted, and thus decide on our future and situation in the world. Having arrived in Sarajevo, Richard is involved in an awkward incident in the hotel's foyer. He gets into an unpleasant discussion with a group of correspondents, 2 American, an Italian, a Brit, and 2 Frenchmen. When Richard is walking away, he overhears them talking about him. "Who is this guy?" "A fucking German man, Nazi," said their French colleague quasi-quietly, but loudly enough for me to hear it. End of quote. The figure of a phantasmatic father, or rather 2 fathers, German and Jewish, which traumatizes the protagonist, becomes crucial in his life. The first one, German one, he barely remembers, but it was because of him that Richard was stigmatized with German Nazism. The second one becomes a mythical figure. As he discovers his true origins, Richard changes into the secondary victim of the Holocaust and inherits the Jewish heritage stigmatized by the myth of eternal wonder. It is worth recalling Derrida's concept of the crypt, which the philosopher borrowed from Nicholas Abraham and Maria Torok. According to them, the crypt is a place created in the pathologization of grief processing. Attempting to answer the question, what is the crypt, Jacques Derrida points to the relation of this concept with reality. Essential for understanding the concept of the crypt is its function as a place separated from reality, isolated space that becomes a safeguarding everything hidden in it. Thereby, Derrida describes the crypt as a place both isolated and protecting a secret. Complicated relations between members of Richter's family fostered the construction of the family crypt in space isolated from reality. The deceased, Paula and Heinrich, the Blue Notebook, Aunt Ingrid, Richard, then Alma and Jacob, become depositaries of the secret. Ivor, a background character and epilogue narrator, is the last trustee of the secret. With Richard's arrival engulfed by war and siege Sarajevo in 1992, we come to know a different dimension of this Bosnian city history. Before finding his biological father, Jacob, Richard meets another Jew, Simon, a descendant of Sephardim, who arrived here 5 centuries earlier from Spanish Cordoba. Richard's visit to the Jewish commune and then to the old Sephardic synagogue in, Eva, you need to help me with the pronunciation, Bashtarshia, now the Museum of Jews, is a landmark event in the novel. Firstly, due to his unexpected meeting with Simon, the Jew, followed by a heartfelt relationship between them. Secondly, Richard becomes like characters of the Greek tragedy who cannot escape their fate. A quote. In Sarajevo, like Oedipus in Thebes, I am no foreigner. End of quote. Richard accidentally sits on the Eliam chair and thus violates its sacredness. But on the other hand, it seems as if some internal magnetic force perches him onto the chair where he could be circumcised. He is distracted from his thoughts by an old man shouting in Bosnian and Spanish. The man, who looks like a biblical sage with a great beard, turns out to be Simon. He describes himself as a chifut, which is a contemptuous Turkish word for a Jew. With the appearance of Simon, Richard's identity dilemma, his personal drama, the disintegrating Yugoslavia and the war in Bosnia are put on the back burner. What comes to the fore is another, a rather forgotten story about the fate of Sephardim, the exodus from the Iberian Peninsula, and their arrival in the Balkans. Dispersed all over the world, Jews were part of multi-ethnic and multicultural communities. European Jews were cosmopolitan, but their cosmopolitanism was particularist, and in turn their particularism was cosmopolitan in its essence. Transnational Jews, our folks but strangers, aliens but our folks, were looking for their own place in Europe of nations and nationalism. A perpetually migrating Jew comes to new places, attempts to blend into the environment, survive in it and understand it, but there always arise some unfavorable circumstances. Often he finds himself amid internal conflicts. This may be the reason why those belonging to the House of Moses dispersed all over Europe, existed in small diasporas and organized their own space within Jewish districts. For example, the famous Juderia in Cordoba or Siyamus Pasha district in Sarajevo. The fate of Jews in diaspora was always torn between longing for territorial sovereignty, conceptualized in Zionist agendas, and a temptation to belong to other cultures. Predrag Finci or Noel Malcolm are among those who cover this issue. After the multicultural character of Spain was destroyed, Jews left the country in 1492 and Portugal in 1496 for another multicultural state, the Ottoman Empire. Sephardic Jews brought with them new languages, which is pre-Castilian Spanish. The old inhabitants remember that in the streets of Sarajevo, Judeo-Espanol, also called Ladino or Gudezmo, was spoken. Predrag Finci points out that despite their centuries-long history of wandering, Jews were capable of anchoring in every country. They were not nomadic wanderers who transited a given territory. In each of those countries, they made a valuable contribution to the culture and economy, became an integral part of local communities, and enriched local social landscapes. In Bosnia, they became Bosnian Jews. Simon conveys a universal message which condemns the insanity of wars, tangled identities, and human dramas, both individual and collective. The novel reflects on the absurdity of war, the cyclical nature of historical events, evil, damage, suffering, injustice, and sending people to concentration camps in the name of the idea of ethnically, culturally, and religiously homogeneous states. The myth of Europe as a place of cultural plurality, tolerance, and diversity is confronted with the nomadic migrational reality caused by refugee crisis. Stick's novel unveils another European xenophobia in the Balkans. I quote, Sarajevo is the last city in the grips of discourse. There is no knowing what brought it on us, but it's slowly and surely wiping from the earth all cities where faiths, nations, languages, sounds, and skin colors mix together like a pack of cards. A modern age disease, which has been erratically but imminently erasing the city wars, modern age Babylons, the refuge just for people of various nationalities, in which even the simplest were born speaking several languages. Alexandria, Jerusalem, Nicosia, Damascus, Syrian Halab. What is left today of cities such as Trieste, Vilnius, Königsberg, Warsaw, Lviv, Odessa. All that remains are names and empty houses, but their souls have left with people to graves or to exile. End of quote. The inherited longing for the old Spanish home proves to be Derrida's ghost, phantasm, and burden for succeeding generations. In Simon's story about the fate of Sephardim exiled from Spain and Portugal due to political reasons, the keys of refugees become an interesting attribute. Another quote. With this key you are holding, Richard, you could open the door of a house in Cordoba, if it still stands. You are holding 500 years of exile in your hands. This key was brought to Sarajevo by my ancestors. So has the legend which obliges us to carry seemingly worthless things wherever we go, which obliges us to be born and live with this key. The key proves we are in exile, that our home is elsewhere, in a faraway land of which language we still speak among ourselves, even if it has become contaminated over the years spent far from our homeland. And that homeland is no longer the real homeland described by the book we reveal. We are born and die sick with nostalgia for which there is no cure. What would it be like to put that key into the lock of my own house and step inside again? A wild dream of the exiled. Return to Cordoba. Would we be happier? I wonder whether our Sarajevo key would chafe us in our pockets, less old yet, still the key to our house, and wouldn't Cordoba seem alien? End of quote. In this context, the issue of torn identity brings to mind the phenomenon of atopy, which in classical philosophy was understood as refusing to anchor in a particular place. Whereas Roland Barthes claims that atopy is an experience of being deliberately assigned to a place and feeling of atopy as a lack of identity affiliation, being not at home. Contemporarily, atopy means a hyper-modern experience of uprooting and transit, relocating and constant movement from one's own world to the alien one, as well as being in between. Having returned from Sarajevo, Richard Schneider, he took his real biological father's name, lives in a Paris hotel for some time where he commits suicide, as once his stepfather Heinrich Richter did. Alma also dies there, and they are both buried in the Montparnasse cemetery. The wandering of the nowhere-rooted protagonist continues also after his death. In the Bosnian author's novel, the great history is interlaced with individual experience, determines microhistories, and the fate of ordinary people, which is confirmed by the protagonist. You can't carry on with your life if you discover that all of life's foundations are lies, fantasy, outright deceit, even behind which crouches the truth recognized far too late, like a viper you step on. It bites and injects the venom into the most vulnerable parts of you, which guarantees a slow death. End of quote. In Derrida's view, literature as well as contemporary reality has a ghostly nature. It is haunted, full of revenants, ghosts, and eerie beings. Modernity consists not only of progress and rationality, but also of what is secret and ousted. The crypt embodies trauma in the post-traumatic age. For Richard's mother, it is the trauma of conceiving a child with a Jew during the Second World War, and her account of this in the Blue Notebook. Then, for Richard, discovering his half-Jewish identity is unbearable and leads to self-destruction. The protagonist takes his own life, although it was the family secret hidden for half a century that saved him from death. For example, in Geszczanka. In the Identity Crypt, there are generations of Jews eternal wanderers on their way to the Promised Land. There are also modern migrants and refugees hibernated in their temporary homelands scattered all over the world. Stick's novel raises the sensitive issue of inheriting trauma by successive generations, carrying not their own guilt, responsibility for the Holocaust, and not their own history, so descendants of Sephardim. The Judgment of Richard Richter, originally published as Elias Cher, addresses the issue of Europe that is constantly on the go, haunted by the ghosts of the past, the history of migrations, exodus and relocations caused by disintegrating states and nationality as well as ethnicity conflict, which is why identity becomes a source of frustration and oppression. Stix places Richard Richter's story, the complexity of human fate and entanglement in the great history, in the foreground of his novel. Secondary threats concern Sephardim, the fate and exodus of the community exiled from the Iberian Peninsula, where they co-created a symbiotic culture with Muslims and Christians. In the background, Stix places the Balkans and its inhabitants who are perpetually traumatized as they face old and new conflicts, lack of stability, living in constant insecurity and continuously demarcated borders. The narratives are revealed gradually, and the main speakers are Richard, then Simon, and towards the end of the novel, a Bosnian Ivor, a friend and trustee of Alma and Richard's secret. He is the alter ego of the author who, by writing about Bosnia and the Balkans, shows the ghost of the past and current problems of contemporary youth. Thank you very much.
Thanking the authors, I again invite you to ask questions and discuss the paper. I hope the authors will collaborate in giving answers, translating answers, so you are welcome to talk.
Thank you. I really like that idea of modernity as full of remnants and bringing out that history of trauma, not just in terms of recent histories, but very deep-rooted ones in European history of traumatic experience, of diaspora and movement is really powerful. So I just wanted to focus our attention on that as something that literary narratives have a particular power to do. And just wanted to ask you that question. Do you think that one of the really powerful things about novels is that the kinds of forms of expression that novels have can give us those insights into those secrets and remnants and forms of haunting that you brought out that we otherwise might not have access to?
I need some support with translation. Just a moment.
Czy zgadza się z tym, że literatura pozwala nam docierać do dram historycznych, do których nie mielibyśmy dostępu innymi środkami?
Tak, zgadzam się jak najbardziej. Co więcej,
Możemy do mikrofonu.
Co więcej, na przykład Kazimierz Bartoszyński stoi na stanowisku takiej tezy, że literatura, nawet fikcjonalna, może być źródłem wiedzy historycznej.
We can go either further because there is a scholar, Kazimierz Bartoszyński, who points out that literature can be the very source of the historical knowledge, which is hidden, which is not accessible by any other measures. Anything? No? Yeah.
It's my turn now. Since you made this sort of analogy with the modernity carrying with it in itself, carrying all the remnants of the past, I was thinking of another analogy or sort of a metaphor, Europe as a crypt. If we think about it, about the shame that basically every single country on the continent has buried or tries to bury somehow and lives with it. If we think about inherent racism, if we think about post-colonialism, colonial past and so on, it seems to me that pretty much the whole continent is a crypt. That we are dealing today in modernity, we're dealing with the remnants, which are sort of finding a way through the. Here there is a case in the crypt at all, the little holes that the crypt probably has. And the remnants appearing, of course, in the books that some people write, in the text. They appear also, these remnants appear sometimes in a very progressive historiography. The individuals carry these memories, these remnants with them, like the characters in the novel you're discussing. So anyway, when I was listening to you, I thought that, well, Torok was talking about the individual and his personal crypt, thinking that our whole continent is a crypt. But then again, we shouldn't romanticize the other continents. America has its own crypt of a list of shameful remnants that they're trying to evade. And so is Africa, I'm sure, with the help of Europe, of course. So, anyway, Europe is a crypt as well. Would you like to?
Yes, I will totally agree on it, especially if we take into account a kind of, can we say, obsession of the narratives the countries establish about themselves, namely the rapid development of national narratives from the, let's say, half of the 19th century and throughout the 20th century. Like, I believe every country tries to erase the responsibility for the crimes they committed. It is obvious when we look at post-colonial discourse, which came to the existence because it aimed to, he aimed to deconstruct the myths and dig into the truth about the Western countries' relationship with other regions of the world, but it is in the case of the Polish nation and Polish state. It is also interesting that in our narratives we are used to. It is our custom to picture ourselves as victims of history. And on Sunday when Mark arrived, we were talking about the Polish co-responsibility from the Holocaust, namely our participation in that process. And Mark was totally unaware that this is knowledge which we still very actively try to forget at all. It is not taught in the educational process. Only people who are really interested in history and can verify history works know that Polish history is not black and white. So generally speaking, yes, the metaphor of Europe as a crypt is very, very accurate, and it hides not only the trauma of the terrible things that may happen to its inhabitants, but maybe more importantly, the guilt of the crimes the Europe committed on the rest of the world and on its own inhabitants during the World War II. So yeah, I totally agree on that.
Yes. I wanted just to add, because it's very interesting also in Spanish literature. Yes, Magda and Maria, of course, we can talk about historical novels or novels which are interested in the history of Spanish Civil War, in the Francoist regime and in the transitional period. And that use very interesting solutions, and they are also using these
subject when they are trying to speak about the nowadays migrations, for example, the Solidarity Acts, and so on and so forth, saying, of course, about the Republican part in the war. But as far as the idea of the crypt was suggested, it is very interesting. Thank you very much. I was thinking since yesterday about a very interesting, really great novel by Libanese, I think, writer Ilyas Kouri, whose novel was translated into many languages, also into Polish. In Polish it is called Mam na imię Adam, dzieci getta. My name is Adam. I think this is the translations. My name is Adam, Ghetto's children, or children of ghetto. When he is using the idea of crypt, being a survivor of Israeli, of Nakba in 48, using the, how to say it, another identity that is false, but trying to survive another time, saying that he is a survivor from Jewish ghetto in Warsaw. So it is also, I mean, those transnational cryptas and sometimes very hard solutions are also now showing how we can speak between the tragedies or liminal experiences and so on and so forth. I was just thinking about Palestine now, and thank you very much for just comment.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Just one comment, because when you've been reading these books, I think that a useful term could be transcription. Because when we have these theories of cryptic writing, this is this important Brachetinger idea of transcription, of transcriptum. Yes? So I think those novels and those records by migration writers can be described with this gesture and this decision to transcript. Yes? Because for different reasons, those displaced persons have produced some crypts in their biographies. Yes, there's some moments you mentioned, for example, this Polish novel that this Polish character he could not cope with his childhood memories. Yes, about divorce and the depression of his mother and some other very painful. And something that you cannot metabolize, yes, because this theory of crypt starts with what you cannot metabolize, yes, and it is remnant, yes, it is object that you need to leave, yes, and similarly out of psyche, yes, and not come back, okay, and it works like this, yes, so maybe this would be useful to describe both of these novels as transcriptions, but in this special sense, yes, like facing the act of somebody's subjectivities and cryptic areas. And what is important, you didn't mention it, but in the house of Rosa and Chrysler, we had a very interesting editorial decision, because there are two separate stories. When you read this novel, you have to decide if you start here, and for example here on the cover we have Chrysler, right? And then you are in the middle and the story ends, and you see there's something different. To read it, you have to turn the book, okay, and start to read House of Rosa, yes, and then you go until you get Chrysler. So it means that the story could be read both ways, okay? Why is it so important? Because in the story by Klimko Dobraniecki, none of the characters can face its script himself. Yes. So this is important. Yes. That, do you agree, Gerard? That important moment is that Hubert feels that Rosa accepts his Polish identity, something that he wanted to drop, to disregard. And there's a moment, so the moment I ask is the moment when she asks Hubert, how would be my name Rosa in Polish? And he said, Róża. And she said, Róża, Róża. Call me like that. Okay? She makes him use Polish language again because he stopped using Polish language. He didn't want to have Polish identity. Everything was like a crypt for him, right? And it was her, yes, to make him to transcript it. Yes, do you agree?
Yes, of course I agree. She is the one who sees him through. He is the first person the character encounters who notices that he is somehow troubled, that he struggles with something. And the fact that Rosas is blind adds to it some metaphorical, mythical, maybe even biblical context. That trace of transcription, which somehow refers to the therapeutic function of writing itself, is in the case of Klimko Dobraniecki novel is enhanced once because on the one hand because the protagonist need to write is thematized itself. It is I didn't mention about that anecdote, but the character decides to prepare a small book of poems and finances it himself and falls into serious financial troubles because of him. And it refers to actual situation in the author's life, which moves us to another let's say thing that practically all works by Klimko Dobraniecki are at least quasi autobiographical. Yeah, it is like. It is of course not a coincidence that the main character is named Hubert, so the same as the author himself. So it can be an accident that the traces of the concept of processing trauma through art is so strongly underlined here, yeah, and the term transcription is really, I think, accurate because it has some established theoretical meanings itself, but also we are, in a Lacanian Derridian dictionary, so the etymology of the word itself is vulnerable for interpretation. So we can, so it allows us to develop that way of thinking. So yeah, maybe crypt and transcription should come together by default. I totally agree.
Yeah. To continue, one more remark, because you can read it both ways, as I said. Yes, you can start with the story of Krysuvik, which is the childhood of Rosa and tragic history of the family, and then you go to the moment when she's like an object, yes, and treated like a commodity, yes, and the old pensioners' house, yes, and finally she meets this Polish caretaker, yes, who and he celebrates his abilities to write, okay? But then, if you start from the other side, and you start from Dom Róży, from the House of Rosa, then you have the story about this Polish caretaker, yes? Who at the end, yes, liberates this hidden story of Rosa, and then you read Krzysztof. Then you read what happened in her life, what she could not remember, she was not allowed to remember and tell the others, and what nobody wanted to hear because she was, you know, disabled person, yes, and this is how he also, yes, cured her and helped her transcript her childhood memories.
Yeah, because I started my reading with Krzysztof, I didn't notice that, but you are totally right that we can interpret Krzysztof as a novel written by the protagonist itself for some therapeutic reasons.
Yeah, because I asked the question because of Rossi told us what if we say Europe is a crypt, and this is the situation. Yes, two different perspectives when they clash. Yes. They are, as Drinka said, sometimes migration is opportunity, okay? And for this people, the care the opportunity is to transcript, yes? To deal with the crypts, with the biographical crypts. So this is my point, yeah.
Actually, I don't think that there is an opposition, because for the people who migrate and who are looking at it sometimes as an opportunity of their lifetimes to save their lives and so on, probably the crypt comes on the behalf of those who are on the accepting side. In other words, in my encounters with the refugee, probably the secrets, the shame that I have encrypted as a representative, let's say, of a particular country, particular nation, this is where the hidden shame comes up. For example, today in the morning we were discussing that in a lot of countries, Poland, but also Cyprus, observing this firsthand, there is a special attitude to the white refugee versus the refugees of color. Geographically speaking, the Ukrainian one, which is more acceptable or in a higher position, let's say, than the African or the Asian refugee. So my idea is that the crypt, Europe as a crypt, is probably referring more to the people who are on the receiving end, because they have to deal with the buried shame of the past, and the refugees are, if we use chemistry, the catalysts who are speeding up the process of letting this shame come through.
The story is possible.
Yeah.
I wonder, Krzysztof, is it a novel?
It is
Because it's presented in the internet as like two novellas, but
yeah.
you read it as a novel, I think.
It is this is extraordinary publishing decision. Rosa's House Krzysztof is the full title, and it is. It has to be written together, but so it is the work that consists on two novellas, and they are when you read them both, the connection is obvious. But if I gave you, a printed version of just one of the novellas, you wouldn't have a feeling of incompletion at all. I could easily cheat on you that it is a complete work. Yeah, that's why I try to avoid the word novel and so on, because the form that formal representation is quite complicated. So.
I have another question, which kind of also speaks of two. Speaking of two, like you decided to read these two novels together, and like this question of crypt is evidently one way, to look what is common. I also asked myself, listening to you, about the changing political context of Europe as a whole, and these foundational narratives, what is Europe, how they change through history, because or recent history, because Eliachova Stolica is a bit older. Is it from 2008, 9? Six.
But both was 2006.
Okay, so I mean, they are kind of negotiating two complementary foundational or like identity narratives of Europe. One is the Holocaust and Jewish identity and migration, and the other one is labor migration, which is a more recent phenomenon, this like caregivers and caretakers. So does this combination of these two narratives, why? Because you decided to put them together, does it, yeah, what is the surplus of reading them together, you know, what do we get when we make, as you said, superscript, you know, like one transcript or one layer above the other?
Yeah, I would say that we wanted to show that the phenomenon is somehow on a structural level, and it is observable both in a so-called private stories, so which is the Klimko Dobrzaniecki short story, which deals with sometimes tragic, astonishing but pretty ordinary matters, and the great history as well, because we thought that like that concept of the crypt, of the style of thinking about some psychological processes in where we make a subject big agents of history is somehow recognizable. But it is worth to remember that the opposite direction is still a possible way. So from the private stories, we can make general conclusions that if we treat that theoretical framework as a tool to get some insight into the reality, we can remember that we do not necessarily need the great history to diagnose some phenomena. Yeah? But on the other hand, if the paper was only about the Rosa's house, we could make a feeling a suggestion that psychological framework is applicable to the histories of individuals. Yeah. So that was the main reason of that combination, that psychological framework, which was developed for the sake of an individual who needed some help, can be used both in the big panorama of historical events and stories of an individual, which leads us to general conclusions about the state of the contemporary socio-economic state of Europe.
Eva, and then just one more question, because we are late for coffee.
Chciałam dodać, że w powieści Sztyksa chciałam pokazać, jak funkcjonuje krypta tożsamościowa tych Sefardyjczyków, którzy są w niej 5 wieków.
Eva intended to show the applicability of the term identity crypt, especially in the context of these Sephardic Jews, which is not a commonly recognized history, and yet this is the situation in which that crypt organizes their life for 5 centuries now. So it is a huge topic which, as I understand, has no big representation in literature.
Widmowa ojczyzna.
And haunted homeland, yeah. So that that fragments from the end of the story about that myth of Jewish wanderers who were no nomads at all, but were simply forced to change their locations on many periods of history because of the intolerance they faced in the country they tried to recognize as their own.
Yes, you mentioned Lacapra, and I kept thinking, no, because he has this really useful distinction between historical and structural trauma, one based on loss, and the other one on absence. And since since these novels work as a kind of an attempt to working through the historical trauma, it seems to me that in the process of working through the historical trauma, the structural trauma becomes apparent on the level of what literature can do. Like the site for the symptoms for the articulation of structural trauma. So this was just maybe a suggestion to maybe go to see if you can maybe, when you, in the next stage of writing your paper, maybe to consider this concept that Lacapra uses, especially for not on the level of individual identity, but collective identity, and this loss is actually not the absence, it's actually, something that you think it is a loss, it is actually absent from the beginning, it's something that constitutes a community, and you have this nostalgia for something that was never present actually, and this idea constitutes every community, and so every community is a crypt.
Yes.
So maybe it could be interesting to see how literature with its devices or technical possibilities or liberties, creative liberties, can maybe become a site for identifying these traces of this is just a comment, not a question. It fits in your reading of these two perfectly, and I just wanted to add that it's just maybe a suggestion, just to try to develop it in that.
We will surely dig into it. Thank you very much for it.
Yeah, because he did it really well, and he read also novels, and so yeah, we can maybe discuss it later.
Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. We are closing this part of the session. We are going down for coffee, but please be back in 15 minutes so we can start actually the other session. 15 minutes. Thank you. question?
No, I'm going to withdraw it down.
Are we waiting for anybody else? Ivana is missing? A very important member of the consortium.
Ivana is left.
Okay. So we are starting the last session of the workshop, the Poznan workshop. I have a special pleasure. I mean, I say special because I personally have sought for the opportunity so that Maria can speak to us, and thank you to the consortium for this opportunity. Maria Ayete holds a PhD in Spanish literature from the University of Salamanca, and currently she is a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Alcalá in Madrid. And now she is in her 4th week as a visiting researcher at the Department of Spanish Studies of Adam Mickiewicz University. In fact, today it is her last day, last afternoon, a very sad moment for us. Maria specializes on the Spanish literature in the 21st century. Recently, she has published a monograph on the repoliticization of the novel after the Indignados movement in Spain. But today she will deliver a paper on migration, on 2 Spanish novels that address the theme of both internal and external migration. You're welcome, and I would like to welcome also a Spanish audience. Público español, muy bienvenido. Okay, we are listening to you, Maria.
Thank you, Magda, for your presentation, and thank you very much, Capone, for accepting my presence here today. Borders are constructed to define what is ours, the territory of the us. Borders mark physically and symbolically that the individuals on the other side are, in effect, from the other side. They are the otherness, the different, the dangerous, the contagious, the abject, and on many occasions, the subhuman. Borders create community, configure subjectivities, and shape social imaginaries. And they do so because they are closed constructions. Borders are a refuge of attack and defense, and us that stands up against the enemy called them. And we know, thanks to Chantal Mouffe, that a completely inclusive community does not exist. That any community construction is antagonistic because of the constitutive outside on which it is founded. That is to say, there is no identity founded without exclusion. There is no community founded without exclusion. We live in community and we live subject to boundary regimes. However, the degree of restriction of these regimes is unequal. The degree of exclusion is different, and this inequality depends on class, gender, and race. Hereafter, I will present a brief analysis of 2 Spanish novels, Cacereño, published in 1969 by Claudia Garrido, and Cabezas Cortadas, from 2018 by Pablo Gutierrez. They are 2 novels with 2 young protagonists who decide to leave their homes for economic reasons to migrate to more prosperous territories. I am going to focus my attention on 2 issues. First, the historical question, because the time of production of the 2 novels is very different. The Spain of 1969 is very different from the Spain of 2018. The first is still dictatorial, and the second is already democratic. However, they have something in common, a crisis and the production of surplus labor. The second point that interests me has to do with the conversion of the 2 subjects into the excluded otherness. I begin with the historical question. The protagonist of Cacereño is called Pepe. Pepe is a young man of a very humble origins who lives in a village in Extremadura, an inland region of Spain, in the 60s. At that time, the Spanish countryside was ordered according to a latifundia system, and Pepe is a character aware of the dynamics of social injustice and class inequality. He doesn't want to be exploited in the countryside as he were anymore. So he decided to go to the north of Spain, to the Basque country, to the city of San Sebastián. San Sebastián, it is a highly industrialized region. There, he finally gets a job in the metallurgical industry and prospers. The novel Cacereño is the story of Pepe's process of adaptation to a very different place, to an industrial and modern city with a different language, landscape, and traditions. There, he will feel not only excluded, but also rejected because of his social class and his origin, because of his physiognomy and the way he speaks. Pepe's experience is not an individual one, but the experience of thousands of Spaniards who, during the 60s, left their villages in the interior of the country to become cheap labor for the new companies emerging in certain cities. The 60s were characterized in Spain by an opening of the Franco regime, by policies aimed at the socio-economic transformation of the country based on the creation of an industrial urban fabric and the service sector. Tourism began, exports increased, and consumerism appeared. These policies have a direct effect on the countryside. They cause the crisis of the traditional agriculture due to mechanization and technification. Technology and machines reduce the necessary labor force, and this is the relative overpopulation, as Marx would say. Excessive population for the needs of capital. That population has only two ways out. One, to emigrate abroad. Two, to emigrate to Spanish industrial centers in the process of expansion, giving rise to what is known as the Great Rural Exodus, the migratory flow from the countryside to the cities. The first chapters of Cacereño show very well the extremely precarious situation of rural areas and the gradual abandonment of the young population. Later, the novel shows equally well the problems derived from the drastic increase of the population in the cities. To cope with this increase, overcrowded neighborhoods are built with very cheap materials. The name of the neighborhood where Pepe lives is Urraenea, and it is an excellent example of the characteristics of this new urban space. It is a place far from the city center where people live crowded together in small apartments. The streets are unpaved, there is almost no lighting, and there is no public transport system or security. It seems that the slum was made by the enemy to make the inhabitants uncomfortable, says at one point the novel's narrator. There is an evident segregation. The center of the city is reserved for leisure and housing for the bourgeois class, as well as for tourism, while the working class, especially those coming from outside the Basque country, live in the peripheries. Pepe immediately feels the need to create social ties, to be part of the community, so he moves to the neighborhood of Urraenea to be with his people. In Urraenea live only them, the so-called Cacereños, as the novel is titled. Cacereño is a toponym of the Spanish city of Cáceres in Extremadura, in the interior of Spain. But in the 60s, in the Basque country, the non-Basque population was called Cacereño in a derogatory way. For this industrialization that led to the crisis of traditional agriculture in the 50s and 60s was slowly transformed at the pace of the financial market and speculation during the transition from Franco's regime to democracy. This transformation culminates with the economic crisis of 2008. Maria is the protagonist of Cartas Cortadas, the novel by Pablo Gutiérrez, and she's an example of the process of migration abroad of many young Spaniards with university studies in the years following the crisis. In Spain, the economic crisis quickly turns into a social and political crisis, and society ends up protesting in the streets in what is known as the 15 movement, the Indignados movement. The austerity imposed from Europe covers Spain with unemployment and evictions, and precariousness becomes endemic both materially and symbolically. Cartas Cortadas captures all this very well, and the disillusion of a whole generation of university-educated young people. The novel takes the form of a personal diary. It is the personal diary written by Maria, and it is a text full of resentment and anger, but also of fear, nostalgia, and loneliness. Maria has been deceived by a discourse that had promised her another future. A discourse according to which, if you study no languages, then you get a good job. However, the crisis transforms the path of an entire generation, the generation of the economic exiles. Young people with higher education who leave Spain to look for a stable job. But on many occasions, that stable job was not found, as happens to Maria, because the middle class, only child, white, intelligent, university-educated, and urban Maria is not the Maria who serves coffees and sandwiches to executives in downtown London and lives in a shared 7-room apartment in one of the worst neighborhoods in the city. The material conditions of the migrant subject are central to this novel as well. Maria lives in one of the most peripheral areas of the city, just as Pepe lives in Olaenea. The spatial segregation of the city of Cartas Cortadas is similar to that of Cacereño. After all, just as Spanish cities build cheap neighborhoods to accommodate national immigration, London, like many other metropolises, has been expanding with suburbs far removed from the neuralgic and tourist centers. London is a city that expands in concentric circles, and this is how it is depicted in the novel. In the heart of the city, which is the first circle, is the downtown area, with its business buildings, parks, tourist sites, and expensive restaurants. After it are the rest of the circles, which are poorer the farther away from the center. Maria, as I said, lives in one of the last circles, but works in the first. That forces her to take several buses a day to get to work. Through the windows of public transport, she perceives the changes from circle to circle, which are above all the changes in the people who pass through them. On the way there, she observes how the blackness of the neighborhood begins to dissolve, while on the way back, the beautiful northern women become the dark women in the hijab. Cacereño and Cabezas Cortadas show us two crises in two migratory movements. On the one hand, the crisis of traditional agriculture and the rural immigration of the 50s and the 60s. On the other, the financial crisis of 2008 and the international economic exile to which it led. They are two movements of different dimensions because the crises that produce them are also different, but they are two movements in a vertical line. The destination is always in the north. I'd like to underline something obvious: the differences in Pepe's and Maria's starting situation. In the case of the 2008 crisis, only those who could afford it left. Pepe and Maria are very different migrants, just like their times and circumstances are. Even so, and as I will try now to explain, the mechanisms of exclusion they suffer at their destinations are similar. To put it in other words, the problems that Cacereño faces from beginning to end in 1969 are still valid in this 21st century of global migratory movements. They are the same mechanisms of exclusion. So let us now look at the process of conversion of subjects into otherness. I will pay attention to 5 mechanisms of exclusion visible in the novels: the body, the physical borders of the city, language, work, and homogenization. According to Roberto Espósito's theory of the immune paradigm, Immune policies are activated when the presence of the other, the different, breaks the normality of the community. In Expositor's theory, otherness becomes a danger that threatens to break community identity. The politics of immunity work by establishing limits in the form of physical or symbolic barriers that have the function of delimiting the inside from the outside, the known from the unknown, in order to identify the threat. In this sense, it's not casual that the two novels stop at the spatial arrangement of the cities. The suburbs of the cities are the immune barriers that separate according to origin and social class. There are the national neighborhoods and the foreign neighborhoods, the safe neighborhoods and the dangerous ones, the clean neighborhoods and the dirty neighborhoods. This makes it easier to identify the strange element. In Cacereño, we see it with the presence of Pepe, a darker body, on the beach of San Sebastián. In Cabezas Cortadas, we see it with the presence of Maria in the first circles of London. In Cacereño, the foreign is configured in relation to what is considered Basque. The conflict arises from the contraposition of two identities, the Basques and the Cacereño. The case of Cabezas Cortadas is more complicated, because globalization has created titanic metropolises composed of an unmanageable multiplicity of subcultures. In this second novel, foreignness is configured in relation to different identities depending on the circle in which you find yourself. So conflicts break out in different directions. The question of the body plays a very important role here. The body is a mechanism of exclusion. Skin color, gestures, the way you walk, the way you talk, the way you act. All these elements are elements of differentiation. They are material marks that expose your origin. Bourdieu speaks of something similar with his notion of class habitus. Pepe is from a low social class and of short stature. He is a paradigmatic Cáceres native, with brown skin, southern accent, and vulgar ways. The differences with respect to the Basques are evident, and this makes Pepe feel displaced. However, the differences increase even more on the beach of San Sebastián, the paradise of burghers and capitalists, say the novel. Because suddenly, international tourists appear, taller and whiter than the Basques. What happens on the beach is the glorification of the existence of a gradation. They are whiter, taller, and stronger bodies than the Basques. What is shown here is that the degree of exposition to exclusion and vulnerability is variable. In London, Maria attracts attention in the neighborhood where she lives, but also in the central areas of the city. In the first space, in her neighborhood, she is a young white woman in a dirty and dark neighborhood. So according to the official discourse, she must be careful. In the downtown neighborhoods, her situation changes radically. Maria is no longer that white woman. She is now a young Southern or gypsy woman. According to the authors of Passing Lines, Sexuality and Immigration, crossing a border is a performative act that implies mimicking the reality one is entering. Crossing a border is an act of passing into, but also of impersonating someone in order to fit in and be unnoticed in the context of reception. For Maria, the change from one circle of the city to another is a change of frontier that forces her to play a role. The same thing happens to Pepe every time he leaves his neighborhood. However, both characters discover that there are barriers impossible to overcome, which are those inscribed in the body. Maria discovers that language, gender, or skin color cannot be changed, and the uncovering of her own racialization leads her to reflections such as this one. This is a quote. Did she really look so southern? Did the misery she carried on her back really show so quickly? Gypsy, they said. I thought I wasn't much different from any European woman. And it turned out that that pair of agents immediately distinguished me in the middle of the morning puzzle, gypsy, as if above me there was a label with my age, my weight, my height, my racial origin, my level of dangerousness. End of the quote. The passage is magnificent, in my opinion. It appears clearly, once again, the confirmation of the existence of radiation. Maria thought she was protected in London because she thought she was white, and was not aware of the possibility of a whiter and therefore superior whiteness. Maria is a Westerner, but she doesn't look like one. Here, she realizes that she belongs to a society whose white community excludes her for not being entirely white, but whose excluded community, the people in her neighborhood, also rejects her for not being entirely dark. The two novels show that the body is a place of reception of violence, because in the body are inscribed and visible the signs of identity of the individual. In the body can be read age, height, weight, gender, and origin, all elements that determine to one extent or another the degree of exposure to exclusion depending on the inhabited space, depending on the community, depending on the us. In Cacereño, otherness is configured in relation to what is considered Basque, and what is Basque is, above all, a language, euskera. The language functions in the novel as a very clear mechanism of exclusion, because outsiders do not know it. When the Basques wish to increase the differences, they use their own language. This is seen by foreigners as an unavoidable barrier that prevents them from participating in the communicative exchange of the community. Despite living in the same country, the strange landscape, Basque cultural particularities, and language make Pepe literally feel abroad. Sometimes, as Cacereño shows, it is not necessary to cross national borders to suffer discrimination. For the Basques, on the contrary, Spanish is the language of the dominators, the invading language. In Cabezas Cortadas, language doesn't play a leading role, but its importance is assumed, because Maria lives in an English-speaking country and proficiency in English is required for a decent job. When the police officers stop her in one of the downtown areas to interrogate her, it is a dark body in a white neighborhood, and ask her questions, Maria tries to answer in the best possible way, that is, without making grammatical mistakes, trying to pronounce well, as I'm trying to do right now. Without hesitating, Maria is aware that every mistake jeopardizes her situation. It's like an exam. A language can interpret an exam. Two exclusion mechanisms remain: homogenization and labor activity. The tactic of discrimination by homogenization is simple. It consists of using a term with a derogatory connotation to refer to the excluded group. When the outsider is homogenized, his or her particularities are erased, clearly showing indifference to his or her history and recognition of his or her diversity. The terms Cacereño and Gypsy operate in this way. They are social status scorned by the majority of the community. The Cacereño is the Spanish-speaking, semi-alphabetized, southern, dark, and short individual who arrives in the Basque country to take jobs away from the natives, while the Gypsy is the semi-alphabetized foreigner of poor origin, dark and small, illegally residing in the West. The Cacereño and the Gypsy live in peripheral neighborhoods, inhabit abject bodies, don't speak the dominant language or not fluently, and have precarious jobs, those jobs that the autochthonous subjects don't want to do. Pepe and Maria are part of the relative overpopulation contingent. They are subjects for overexploitation. For this reason, on many occasions, the migration process is a process of precarization. Maria's case is paradigmatic. Maria has university studies, but abroad she works as a waitress in a downtown cafeteria for a miserable salary. She is, as we read in Cabezas Cortadas, a good slave of the South. Pepe's case is different. He comes from one of the lowest strata of society in the 60s. And he prospers. He gets to move up in social class. In both cases, immigrants are seen as intruders, not only as different, but often as inferior. They are admitted and tolerated as labor as long as they are submissive and don't contradict the customs, norms, or habits of the natives. I believe that the two novels clearly and powerfully show the mutability of otherness, that is, the fluctuating nature of otherness depending on what is considered us, in a given place at a given time. And they also show well how the Cacereño and the Gypsy do not form part of the community in their own right. The non-Basque individuals of the novel Cacereño cannot express their opinions freely because the fear of being fired from their jobs is too big. That is why they cannot support strikes in the factory where they work, for example, because they know that they will be the first to be fired. On the other hand, as they don't know the local language, they cannot fully participate in the social programs that affect the community they are part of, since they live and work there. Like Maria, they are inhabitants of the threshold, neither inside nor outside. About to finish. Not all migrations are the same, each migration is different. Returning to the village is unthinkable for Pepe, because return is synonymous with failure, shame, weakness. Quote, I have to get ahead, lying, stealing, whatever it takes, anything rather than return defeated. To starve to death any place is good, and that is what it returns means. End of the quote. Pepe needs to prove to others and to himself that the decision to live was the right one, that he's capable of fighting and achieving a better future, that no one doubts that he has become a new, free, self-made subject. This is why in his first letters to his family he lies about his situation. At the end of the novel, Pepe travels for a few days to this village, and this trip is the culmination of his military process. It is the public demonstration of his success. He got a job and he got married. For Maria, the impossibility of return does not lie in the precariousness of her family's material conditions. Maria knows that she only needs a phone call to get the money for a plane ticket back to Spain. However, she's incapable of returning. Because returning, just as for Pepe, means accepting a failure, a mistake. Returning is the verification of a weak personality, incapable of constructing itself as autonomous and successful, incapable of succeeding. Migration is, by definition, a process from which an improvement is expected with respect to the initial situation. But Maria has not found it. She writes, I did not come here to work in a franchised coffee shop. I did not come to do the daily tally of how much I must save if I want to move to a less dark neighborhood. I did not come to give up the courses I never took, nor to lock myself in the bedroom every afternoon, sick with something undefinable. Maria didn't live to make her situation worse, but the reality is that it is worse, which is why in the final pages of her diary, her sinking is so palpable. I believe that the two novels try to draw the path of migration. There is an initial estrangement from the new space, there is a sense of marginality and exclusion, loneliness, isolation, instability, a feeling of exile, anger. All these aspects are characteristic to one degree or another of border crossing. And I also believe that both novels try to show the process of exclusion experienced by the characters. We could say that Cacereño operates on a small scale, while Cabezas Cortadas provides the multidimensional perspective that the present reflection on the problem of community coexistence requires. This reflection demands attention to globalization and multiculturalism, which have complicated to the extreme the process of community articulation, because the traditional poles, us, them, are blurred all the time. The poles are transformed due to instability of a self that without being rich, male, white, and heterosexual transits between victim and victimizer, between friend and enemy, always in danger of becoming the threatening organism. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maria, for your speech and for respecting the 30 minutes limit of time. We would appreciate if Ante also does it, so it makes possible a short discussion that I'm opening now. You are welcome to comment, ask questions. Okay, I can be the first one if you need some time. Because especially in relation to the book that is circulating over there, Maria wrote a book about political novel. I would like to ask you if you accept to relate your analysis of those novels to the crucial issue of our project, the central issue, I mean the political novel. So could you explain the political significance of those novels? I mean, how they are, or if they are political novels?
It is true that I haven't said anything about political novel. I try to focus on migration. This is the first time I try to analyze migration. So, I understand political novel, or my definition of political novel. I will try to explain it as best as I can. My definition of political novel mixes Jacques Ranciere's distribution of the sensible. You know, like this, his definition of politics as a praxis that breaks the distribution of the sensible in order to create a more democratic community, knowing that it's impossible, the entire democratic, total democratic community. I mix this notion of politics of Rancière and some Marxist postulates related mostly with the ideological reproduction. Like Rancière's politics, the political novel makes the invisible visible, makes the unnameable nameable, tries to convert the noise into words, into speech, tries to symbolize the unconscious. I mean, those elements whose visibilization in the text implies the interruption of the reproduction of the system, ideological reproduction. Elements such as inequality, precarization, violence of all kinds, labor exploitation, aesthetic exploitation, agricultural exploitation, environmental exploitation. These two novels, in my opinion, are political because they show the mechanisms of exclusion from which the idea of community is created. And these mechanisms of exclusion, of racialization, are physical and psychological violence against specific bodies, against specific subjects. For me, the main point is being aware of the fact that the conformation of a community is not innocent, because it rises in front of a them, and that's the starting point of any discussion about community and migration. If we understand migration as the process of adaptation to a different community. I don't know if I answered, like, if you...
I think it's a good point to start the discussion, and maybe we'll invite other speakers to ask, to comment, to remark.
I think that the idea of community is in the center. No? What is community? How do we create community? How do we construct community and the us against them? And how do we trade this them?
And how the literary text can transform the imaginary of the community.
Sure. How the literary text can make visible how, not only how mechanisms of exclusion works, but also how your own body, and that's the main point of the analysis, my analysis, I think, how yourself, you can be racialized. And so you think you're a white woman, and suddenly it turns that you're not that white, you know? And what happened there? No?
Paola? Well, thank you for the presentation. It was very interesting, even if I didn't read any of the novels. I read the analysis of Cabezas Cortadas in your book, that is here. So I was thinking I can read it. And I have two questions that are quite general. The first one is that you know of any other novels like Cabezas Cortadas that thematize this process of young people immigrating to the UK or to Germany, or any films? Because I feel like it's something like a cultural phenomenon that was very relevant, but it's also a very recent one, and I'm curious about other novels, films that talk about this. And also I would like to know if, in your opinion, they are political or not, or they fail to problematize this really. And the second question is about Cacereña, and I was wondering if there is any attempt in part of the protagonist or the other Cacereños in the novel to actually learn Basque language, because you said that not knowing Basque was a cultural barrier, but it's also like if you move there, maybe you should learn it, or yeah. So I was also curious about if that's an issue in the novel or not.
I will start with the second one, really easy. Pepe ends up learning Euskera at the end. He promises himself not to speak a word in Euskera because of the discrimination he perceives, that he ends up learning and speaking Euskera. So that's the end of the novel. That means like you can, I don't know, imagine the adaptation of Pepe to the new community in the Basque country. The first question. I don't know many other novels that talks about this young people exodus after the crisis, and it is something very significant because in Spain at least we have talked a lot about other consequences of the crisis, but there is not a lot of discussion or books or films about this exodus of young people. There is a book, but it's not a novel, it's a testimony book titled Volveremos, Memoria Oral de los que se fueron en la crisis. And it's interesting because there are a lot of different testimonies of young people that left, and they talk about his process, his migration process. There are other novels, but I'm not an expert. There are novels like Maria Siakovenko and Nahat Hajmi. I mean, novels that are written in Spanish by foreign subjects that live in Spain, but there is no books, as far as I know. Obviously, I haven't read everything.
But as far as I know, there is no books like Cabezas Cortadas, I mean, thematizing the process of migration of a Spanish young woman during the crisis. But probably, I mean, probably they are, I wish. I don't know. But no, I don't know. I don't know, Amanda, if you know.
Not yet.
Yeah.
They're being written maybe now.
But it's interesting, yeah, sorry, because I don't want to say trauma, but it was something important for Spanish society, this exile of young people, and no one talked about it. So,
I mean, also because I'm thinking that actually this whole migration in the 60s is narrated, I would say. We have a cultural tale, like I would say that, a cultural story and a memory of that, and there are like some films. I remember watching Un Franco 14 Pesetas, and that's like a very important film that a lot of people watch. And it's like, it was like something weird about the migration patterns in Spain that started in the 60s. There was Spanish people moving abroad. Then you have in the 90s more the other way around, so you would have people from abroad moving to Spain. And then suddenly there is like this gap after the crisis when again these Spaniards were moving. So it's like a cultural shock that has somehow to be told in this structure, and I guess like it's being told now.
I suppose also that maybe we need some historical distance to talk about it. I don't know. In any case, I think it's important to say that you cannot compare the rural exodus of the 50s and 60s with the economic exile of young people, because what happened in the 50s and 60s were like bigger. Yeah.
I just wanted also to thank you very much for your brilliant presentation, and I was wondering because mostly about the first novel, Cacereño, because I don't know this novel, unfortunately, yet, and I've read that the first edition of the book just passed absolutely, it had not echo, let's say, and the newest one now just in the aspect with the rural movement, or the so-called España vacía problem, the anti-Spain problem is being elaborated more, and now this novel has a much better and wider reception. That's why I wanted to ask you whether you just found this novel because you are interested in this neo-rural, excuse me my English, set of literary works, or you think it is absolutely one of the basic novels that really depicts the problem of interior migration. And what I found really absolutely brilliant about your speech is that you were talking about the so-called inner migration and outside migration, and you just presented the really, something that can be seen as totally different. At the same time, is introduced into the same kind of process of exclusion, let's say. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I totally agree with the second part. Because the first one was a question. You guys want another question?
The question was about the Cacereño. Yes, whether it is, can we consider it that the importance of the novel has to do with this neo-rural perspective and the anti-Spain, España, or just, we can read it as absolutely one of the first and basic novels depicting this energy.
I'm going to be totally honest. It was a coincidence that I found this book. So, and it was a coincidence because I want to open a new line of investigation about Spanish novel of the 70s. So I started reading novels written like about the 60s and 70s, and that's the reason why I found the novel, not because of the rural exodus, nor political novel, neither of that. But now that I know the novel, I recommend it a lot because it's a very good example of the exodus, one of the experiences, at least, of the rural exodus in Spain. And of course, you can connect it to the España Vacía problem, this problem with, in the interior of Spain with abandonment of young population and so on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any Caponero questions? We have just space for one more question. Mark?
I'm not sure I have a question, but I wanted to ask. I'm sorry, it's not directly about the novels, although it arises from the reading you gave of the novels, which is about the politics of the novel. And it seemed to me that what you were presenting was a far more complex account of the politics of the novel than what you described you thought the politics of the novel was when you talked about the politics of the novel. In fact, you were multiplying and extending the different forms of inscription that organize exclusion, the organization of cities, the importance of capital, which, for example, Chantal is not great on. And I also found it interesting that you began with Moore, with Chantal. You ended with Jacques Rancière when you were answering the question, and in between you had Esposito. And again, I'm not convinced that those three can work together in the account of the novel. I almost wanted to say I thought you were. I haven't read your book, obviously, but it seemed to me that you were developing a distinctive account of the politics of the novel that doesn't rely on them, and you didn't really need them, perhaps. I'm not sure it's a question, just a reflection.
I understand the problem that I have is that I am not capable of answering in English to this question. I mean, I don't know how to answer in English because I don't have the vocabulary, but...
If you speak very slowly in Spanish, then...
but actually, in my book, I discuss Chantal's book, postulates, as well as Rancière's postulates. I take something of Rancière and I discuss other things to try to define political novel. So, yeah, my definition of political novel is not that simple as it could be my explanation right now. It's kind of more complicated because, for example, the Marxist postulates are more important in the definition, and Rancière, he was a Marxist, but then he quit. So, well, I try to mix them by discussing some different
Just, I'm also not in the same way, but what if one thinks about Rancière's concept of the distribution of the sensible in the way he uses it to describe the inherent politics of literature. So if you, for his, literature is political. So what distinguishes political novel? How can one use?
Not all literature is political for Rancière.
If the literature has the possibility, not all, of course, but the literature has the possibility to disrupt if literature has the possibility to disrupt the existing order of the police, then it is political. But you know, one can say for all novels, or the majority of the novels, that they do that. So what does distinguish a political novel? I don't expect you to answer these questions, because we are discussing it for years in our, we cannot solve it. I just wanted to introduce you to the dilemma of the consortium. So we have not only with Rancière, any kind of concept of, not only, it's not only the problem of Rancière. I just want to tell that we cannot solve it. So we always revolve around the same problem when it's not a criticism or anything. So I'm really interested to read what you do with the problem in the theoretical way, because we have a problem, because if we start with the concept of politics in order to define the political model, we have a problem. If we start with the concept of genre, we have a problem. So, and then we have tried to, at least we do it in our readings of the novel, to identify what a specific example, novelistic example, makes a political novel. We don't have, you asked me in the break what kind of operative definition we have. We don't, we do not have. Maybe it's not good to tell it here. Because we are getting funding for this, but it's just something I wanted to just mention, since you were not in our first conference, just to add up to what Mark said. We don't expect a definition. So.
Thank you, Zrinka, and thank you, Maria. And now we'll ask the last speaker, Ante. You're welcome. You can choose the place to explore. Here, okay. Ante Andavak comes from the University of Zagreb, where he is employed as an assistant on the Kaplan project. He graduated with a double major in philosophy and comparative literature, and currently he is in the first year of his doctoral studies. He intends to write, that's what he told me, but I think he is hardly working on his PhD thesis on the works of Franz Kafka and how they can help elucidate the position of a writer under capitalism. And today, Ante will deliver a paper on the novelistic treatment of migration in, can you pronounce the name? Okay, thank you.
Okay, should I start?
Yes, yes.
I hope you can all hear me well. Anyway, Abdurazak Urna is a Zanzibarian British author who wrote 10 novels, with the 11th called Theft coming out next February. Now, all of these novels so far have dealt extensively with the topic of migration and probed with acuity, yet at the same time with extraordinary gentleness at the wounds left from undergoing the process of relocation. Gurna became household name overnight in 2021 when he was quite unexpectedly awarded the Nobel Prize for Literature, and it is hard to think, at least in recent times, of the more deserving winner and of someone whose award was on one hand a big surprise, on the other utterly deserving, and of someone who was quite unknown until that time. So that was a a big surprise and a big gift for the reading public, I would say. Anyway, Gunna's win, as is usual for the Nobel Prize, came with a short explanation in which it was stated that he won for his uncompromising and compassionate penetration of the effects of colonialism and the fates of the refugee in the gulf between cultures and continents. Now, I want to pause for a second and consider this word, gulf. Here it stands quite obviously as a synonym for a chasm or a ravine, but there's another meaning much more appropriate for the world of Gunna's novels, and that is gulf as a deep inlet of the sea, almost surrounded by land. I mean nautical sense of the gulf. And that is because Gunna's cultural background is, as he himself put it, literal, that is completely suffused with the sea and the experiences of seafaring. And says, as Hegel said in Geographical Basis of History, which is a part of his lectures on the philosophy of history, by the way, wildly racist text, but incredibly important as well. Anyway, Hegel says, seas are not to be regarded as disjoining, but as uniting. So the literal cultures therefore tend to be quite cosmopolitan. Now anyway, such was the state of affairs with Zanzibar as well, which was casually cosmopolitan for many centuries and whose population consisted of Arabs and Indians as well as, of course, Africans. Before we take stock of the migration from Africa to Europe, the first direction of migration we think of when we think of Gunna and the one he himself underwent, we need to approach and think about previous migrations or layers of migrations that are there and that he always returns to in his writings. And that is, for example, first the colonial one from Europe to Africa, and chronologically the first one, and that is the oldest layer of migration stemming from all the great traveling, trading, journeys and migrations that were happening in the Indian Ocean for centuries due to very favorable natural conditions and were completely unrelated to Europeans. This was because in the last months of the year, from November, approximately the winds blow steadily across the Indian Ocean towards the coast of Africa, where the currents obligingly provide a channel to harbor. And then a few months afterwards, or just a month or so afterwards, they blow in another direction, that is monsoon winds called musim in Arab languages. Anyway, the traders came from India and Sindh, Persia and all the Gulf states, and it was the latter, the Arabs who could travel for the longest time thanks to these winds, and as a consequence of that, the coast of East Africa became Muslim from very early on with strong attendant Arab influence, and in the cities along the coast and in Zanzibar archipelago there were also multi-ethnic communities with Arabs mostly, as well as Africans of course. So Gunna's novels, we have to understand them from the get-go as completely cosmopolitan in that sense, always already connected with other parts of the world and stuff like that. Now, the main character from one of his great novels, By the Sea, a refugee, Saleh Omar, is seeking asylum in England and is narrating in first person, and while he's in the state of exile himself, he thinks back on the migrations which form the backdrop of his own homeland and from which he was forced to flee as an old man for various complicated reasons we cannot get into now. Anyway, he thinks how for centuries intrepid traders and sailors, most of them barbarous and poor no doubt, made the annual journey to Zanzibar and east coast of Africa. And then he says, they brought with them their goods and their God, and their way of looking at the world, their stories and their songs and prayers, and they brought their hungers and greeds, their fantasies and lies and hatreds, leaving some among their numbers behind for whole lifetimes, and taking what they could buy, trade, or snatch away with them, including people they bought or kidnapped, and sold into labor and degradation in their own lands. After all that time, the people who lived on that coast, close Zanzibar as archipelago, hardly knew who they were, but knew enough to cling to what made them different from those they despised, Africans, from those they despised among themselves, as well as among the outlining progeny of the human race in the interior of the continent. Now, this passage already hints at the main source of conflict that will erupt in Zanzibar right after its independence at the end of 1963. But before we can get to that, we first need to take a better look at the second layer of migrations, and that is settler colonials, missionaries, and other forms of so-called civilizing missions that have descended upon East Africa and Zanzibar with Germans and British at the end of the 19th century. Gunna writes in his essay how, because of these reasons, Europeans orientalized the east coast of Africa as backward and addicted to slaves and the harem. The European evangelist and explorer and later government official had come both to restrain the despotic tendencies of the Arabs and also to succor the Africans. To succor meaning to give aid and to help. But this is a very interesting word that he uses, and I think not accidentally. To succor sounds incredibly close to succor someone, that is to deceive someone, and that is what their form of humanitarianism, European, was actually doing. They pretended to care, or they now cared now that they've already made all the money. previously made with the slave trade and all that in the 17th century and earlier. Anyway, they came there and pretended to care for Africans and against Arabs. Now, a great example of the Orientalizing discourse that was just mentioned comes from Gurna's novel Admiring Silence. And there we have a very interesting thing. The character fled Zanzibar, as many of Gurna's other characters do, and he returns back home after it stops being legal for him to return. Anyway, he goes to the European enclave, something which was European enclave before the independence, and there side by side stood the palace of the Sultan Ali bin Humud, the actual historical person, and the evangelical church. Interesting thing with that happened, namely the narrator as a child walked there, and the warden of the church grounds told him that once there was a tunnel running from under the palace to the port, so that Sultan Ali bin Humud could bring in slaves for his pleasure, even though the traffic was illegal by 1910. And now the narrator thinks if there really was a tunnel and the warden became understandably evasive when I asked for its whereabouts, then it was more likely that the Sultan had it built so he could make his escape back to Europe one dark night. And now the ludicrousness of this Orientalizing discourse is made even more clear when we know that the Sultan in question was actually grew up in England, had gone to school there, and was very reluctant to return to his island kingdom to reign over, as it said here, puritanical Omani barons and their black vassals, and he would much rather stay in Britain where there's party, booze, ascot and things like that, but he had to return, though he quickly, after 2 years, went back to Europe and didn't return back. Anyway, this is the Orientalizing part in the discourse on East Africa and Zanzibar. But something else very important happened in this second layer of migration with the European, that is colonial influence, and that is the creation of the very accurate maps. Now, these maps are quite important because for the first time, people who lived by the sea, those small towns which were somewhat cosmopolitan in the islands, could understand that they were connected to the much larger areas, territories, that had a lot of people that they thought beneath them, Africans. And the interesting thing happened when these people, Africans who were for such a long time belittled, when the time came for them to return the favor, they promptly did, Gurna says. And that was the revolution in Zanzibar. And among the many deprivations that happened, the thing that happened as well is the Muslim trade, this trade which we were talking about just now, was prohibited. Though the narrator also thinks that given that the Gulf states who were the main traders very soon became petro-states, it was quite likely that even without this prohibition it would cease, it would peter out, as it were. Now, the most important thing happening here, once the revolution starts, is and this is what the narrator from Admiring Silence says, we like to think of ourselves as moderate and mild people, Arab, African, Indian, Comorian. We lived alongside each other, quarreled and sometimes intermarried, civilized. That was what we were. We like to be described like that, and we describe ourselves like that. In reality, we were nowhere near we, but us in our separate yards, locked in our historical ghettos, self-forgiving and seething with intolerances, with racisms and with resentments. And politics brought all that out into the open. And they persuaded themselves they wanted to believe, these Arabs, Indians and other non-Africans living in Zanzibar, that Africans will simply forgive, that everyone will cooperate now that the national unity and independence is there. But no, as he says, they didn't. Africans didn't want to do that, majority Africans. They wanted to glory in grievance, in promises of vengeance, in their past oppression, in their present poverty and in the nobility of their darker skins. Now in Zanzibarian revolution, which took place a month or so after the Zanzibar independence was declared in 1963, thousands of Arabs were killed and many more fled, and the Sultanate was overthrown. And soon afterwards, the mainland Tanganyika united with Zanzibar, and that was how Tanzania was created. Anyway, after a few years, Gurna himself migrated to Britain because of the conditions there. He's half Arab, half African, but he wouldn't be persecuted just for that, but simply the conditions were not good, were not favorable, and he took his chance and moved away. But the interesting thing about this passage that we went through now is that literary critic Zamorano Lena connected this amazing passage from Admiring Silence and many similar other ruminations from Gurna's novels and read them as a novelistic prefigurement and precursor to Achille Mbembe's famous concept of Afropolitanism, which stands for a way of being in the world that rejects on principle any identity based on victimhood, while also not being blind to the incorrigible and disastrous injustices that have been perpetrated against many different identity groups. There, Mbembe also warns that African nationalism, based on the black identity and racial solidarity across the continent, constituted a powerful utopian moment that was absolutely essential for self-recognition, but he quickly lost any ethical heart, becoming a demon, as he says, and that led Lemberg to sharply repudiate any nativistic reflexes and the uses of the division between the autochthones, Africans of the black descent, let's say, and the non-natives, even though those non-natives, in the case of Arabs, Indians, and so on, lived there for centuries in some cases. Anyway, while Gunnar himself as an author lived through the upheavals of the revolution, in his novel Desertion, he treats these historical events through very interesting moral displacement. There it happens that one of the protagonists, Rashid, is on scholarship in London when the revolution happens back home, and he becomes filled with guilt about what's going on in his country, fearing for his family, feeling deep shame about the state of the society he comes from. His brother writes to him and says that he can on no condition return home, and only then, when he understands that he has no home to return to, that it hits him that he's a refugee, and that England and the English people, who were quite slighting, which were completely uninterested in him, didn't want to socialize. Now he realizes that they are everything that he has, that he's stuck on that little island, which is looking at him with derision all the time. So he started to think of himself not any more as someone who is in the middle of the journey and who has the ability to return home, but as someone who is stranded, and therefore one of the options of survival that is there for him, and which he embraces at a certain point, is to drift into tolerable alienness, as he says, and he begins to say black people and white people like everyone else, uttering the lie with increasing ease, conceding the sameness of our difference, deferring to a deadening vision of a racialized world. For by agreeing to be black and white, we also agreed to limit the complexity of possibility. We agreed to mendacities that for centuries served and will continue to serve crude hungers for power and pathological self-affirmations. Now, this part of the novel and this line of thought echoes Paul Gilroy's from After Empire, where he argues for racial thinking which obstructs empathy and makes ethnocentrism inescapable to be superseded. And of course, Gilroy himself is walking directly in the footsteps of the great Frantz Fanon with his seminal Black Skins, White Marks, pointedly stated, "My black skin is not a repository for specific values, refusing to be pinned down by the past achievements or traumas of his ancestors." He demanded human behavior from from the others, and that's everything and anything that he thinks we can demand from other people, without reference to specific things like race and stuff like that. Of course, these types of great theoretical achievements are exceptionally hard to come by of one's own accord, and Gunnar's characters arrive at them only tentatively, and through painful processes that make up the main narrative, and we get to hear these kind of emancipatory thoughts only in proleptic manner, and as a wisdom after the event, so to speak, while the plots of the novel show their slow and toilsome fruition. So Rashid at the time found some modicum of self-affirmation, not in these kinds of thoughts that can transcend these problems of race, of course, but through less complicated struggles, anti-colonial struggles that rage across the continent, and he threw himself in those kinds of struggles because it was a veritable escape from the complicated cruelties that were happening back home, because there things that were happening, the killings and all of that, didn't fit the mold of pared-down polarities and uncluttered certainties. He also hung out with other migrants from the former British colonies, and they cheered each other on, providing some solace for each other in a larger, inhospitable environment of London. Anyway, in time, as the dream of much fairer post-imperial world ebbed away and there were no cluttered certainties left, it was interesting to see what happened to his former student friends. And one of them was Sandeep, a suave and dashing Indian, who liked to be called cosmopolitan and who made excellent fun of British and generally sneered a lot at everyone, though not at their friend group, and whose arrogance as a result uplifted the rest of them. He in time became a famous writer, successful and all that, but the problem with him, as is stated in the novel, is that he has grown increasingly certain of his judgments, and to be certain of anything is the beginning of bigotry. It is a liberal dogma, a paradox in itself, which if taken too far leads us to the idea that frivolity is the only authentic seriousness. Now this frivolity is the only authentic seriousness is a very good critique against the unspoken worries of Western liberal literary establishment, and something quite similar can be found in Arundhati Roy's novel The Ministry of Utmost Happiness, where she states that I would like to write one of those sophisticated stories in which even though nothing much happens, there's a lot to write about. But she says that can't be done in Kashmir. It's not sophisticated what happens here. There's too much blood for good literature. Now there's too much blood for good literature, and the fact that Kashmir, as she says, is the only place on earth where the lighter-skinned people are being systematically oppressed by the darker-skinned ones is an interesting contrapuntal point with the things that we were following here so far. But anyway, to get back to Rashid and his erstwhile friend Sandeep, He has found the subject, Sandeep, as a novelist in Africa, and in his books he returns there again and again. But what he writes about the people there is intolerant and needlessly scornful, something of an exhibition, something like his youthful self, mocking and all of that. Gunnar himself wrote once that he always was on guard against becoming an embittered émigré, mocking those left behind, cheered on by publishers and readers who have not abandoned an unacknowledged hostility to the colonized peoples, and who are only too happy to reward and praise any severity on the non-European rogue. And he says that he fought against these kind of notions, that one had to write harshly to achieve credibility and to adopt self-contempt as the only possible register of truth, or otherwise be dismissed as a sentimental optimist. And there's this interesting tension going on between two characters and brothers in the novel Desertion. Now, one is Rashid, we've been talking about already, and another is Amin. Now, Rashid went to England on scholarship because he was very intelligent, well-read. His brother was so as well, but what signaled Rashid out by and why was he signaled out by his colonial professors, many of them British, was how he was equally stern with Macaulay or Shakespeare or Islam, and was precautiously witty about it too, and they called him a real Oxbridge material and helped him to apply for scholarship, which he eventually won. Whereas his brother Amin was famous, on the other hand, while also being quite intelligent, well-read and everything else. Anyway, Amin was famous for his customary line, "There's much to be said for kindness." That's what he would say when people would say to him different gossips and malicious thoughts and stuff like that. So his friends would actually tease him and say that he was too good for this world. Now, this type of humor, which friends adopted against Amin and any kind of "there's much to be said about kindness" kind of ethos, this type of humor is directed against others as well. When it's presented in self-deprecatory humor, then it only preempts any criticism one might receive and serves as a sly way of securing one's elevation above the fray of those too emotional and easily goaded into embarrassing disclosures and seriousness, and is starkly different from another type of humor, which Gunnar himself makes an excellent use of throughout his body work. Now, this Gunnar's type of humor is something else differently. It's sarcastic, but rather than making light of the subject, it proves to be the most opposite vehicle for driving home points otherwise too difficult and painful to get across. This type of humor then, rather than creating a distance between what you're laughing at and yourself, collapses it. So it's not a form of punching up or down, as the famous phrases about comedy goes. It's not punching at all, rather it's picking at the wound. That would be maybe the best metaphor for describing it. And Gunnar's writing is a remarkable combination of this scathing humor, which is picking at the wound, and touching kindness. Kindness that comes from knowledge, not naivety. It has to be said, though, that Rashid as a character isn't really someone who completely fell into the trap of self-derision to elevate himself or to make himself more palatable to the English, but another character from another Gunnar's novel came very far in that process, only to backtrack at the end, and that character is Anna, and the novel in question is The Last Gift. In that novel, Gunnar follows the lives of the second-generation immigrants in England, brother Jamal and sister Hannah, who changed her name to Anna all the better to fit in and all the better to connect with England, though she only lived there and stuff like that, but her family was very secretive. Her father never disclosed where he came from. It was known that he came from East Africa, but what exactly happened he never wanted to say. Then he suffered stroke, and then finally, little by little, things of his past became known. Anyway, what happened with his father, with Hannah's father, is that he left his wife, who was a rich merchant's daughter, once he began suspecting that they promptly married her off to him and he was poor because she was already pregnant for a few months. The situation by itself wouldn't be too intolerable, but he couldn't abide by the constant mockery that was sure to be his loss, since there was no chance that the glaring discrepancy between how long he knew his wife and how soon the baby would arrive would escape the notice of their watchful neighbors. So he fled as a stowaway on a ship. But on the other hand, their mother, Hannah's and Jamal's mother, was left as a newborn baby in England and knew nothing of her heritage, among other things because of the fact that she was black meant that the English police wasn't too interested to find out what happened with her. Anyway, Jamal and Anna deal with this legacy of radical deracination in diametrically opposed ways. Anna just wants to belong and fit in, and is delighted with her English boyfriend and the way they are together, laughing at each other whenever one of them became too solemn about life's tragedies. In the apogee of her derisive attitude that she employed in her attempts of adopting a stiff upper lip as a manner best suited for navigating the success emotional maelstroms was when she called her family history a vile immigrant tragedy, a upon learning her father's secret and telling her brother, I just wish their stories were not so pathetic and sordid. My dad is a bigamist and my mom is a foundling. Can you imagine telling anybody that and not sounding like a character out of a comic melodrama? Now, when she becomes familiar with her boyfriend's family, Eric and his wife, and they belong to the colonial class, to the colonial officer class, no less. Anyway, she was ready to be model minority and to do everything right, and she was doing everything right. She was a student of literature, among other things. But she didn't know that they would push it so far to demand of her to listen to their racist jokes as well. That was a bridge too far, but she didn't cave immediately. She didn't call it off immediately. But once her father-in-law patted her on her belly and expressed his joy that one day she will give them a little jungle bunny of their own, meaning a grandchild, it became too much for her, and especially because her partner, who was liberal himself, who took part with her and the rest of her family in the big anti-war protests on the eve of the disastrous and criminal Iraq war led by the USA and the Great Britain. Anyway, he, despite his liberal credentials, didn't see anything truly problematic in that. He was just joking and things like that. And soon and finally, she realized that she cannot belong enough to these people because she doesn't want to turn herself into that kind of person. Jamal, on the other hand, became an expert in migration. That's his doctoral thesis and so on, and he understood migration as something very good explanation, a clutter of ambition and fear and desperation and incomprehension that brought people so far and enabled them to put with so much, and they could not resist it any more than they could resist the tide, he says. But I'll say one more thing and I'll finish with that. The reason why Anna, as opposed to Jamal, was the one who wanted to fit in much more was a very feminist reason. She felt the need to throw the baggage of her immigrant background overboard and be defined solely by her actions. Why? Because she grew to love sex, to dress the way the other women were dressing and so on, and she absorbed that pleasure. She saw its easy availability, and she felt poorly in England where she could have sex and enjoy herself. But, on the other hand, that was a way for her to be liberated from the fears she had absorbed from her parents, from her Ba, meaning father, and his immigrant anxieties, his obsessive desire to escape notice, his secretiveness. Her pleasure in sex made her feel sophisticated and worldly, and somehow that she belonged here. Anyway, her father couldn't help but pass down trauma hailing from a parochial, closed-in society to which he belonged, and which obsessively monitored sexuality, especially women's. And it was what made him run away in the first place, because he didn't want to be mocked because of those sexist reasons, but he couldn't escape it completely, and he couldn't avoid passing down its effects to his daughter, and it almost completely damaged their relationship. Only in the end, the last gift of the novel is the tape he made just prior to dying, in which he recounted his life with unforgiving honesty. And now I'm going to finish with this. The reason why it was so hard for him to speak and why he kept silent for so long, because as you already seen through Bruna's other essayistic opinions he stated and so on, it's so hard to write migrant story because it has to thread a needle and be very vigilant against biting into self-serving lies and non-reflexive nostalgia on one hand, on the other, not to become embittered and superior, throwing the country you came from and people who stayed behind under the bus so that you can get an easy ride through life in the West. And he says in the one instance, in the novel Desertion, I have no means to describe the deep poison that runs through the experience of flight and homelessness, says Rashid in Desertion, but Bruna's writing epitomized these exceptional attempts to do just that. And while one reads his astounding stories, it becomes clear that the poison in question is very much a Derridian pharmacon, and not only poison but also cure because of what stories could do. But now I'll stop, and the rest will be in the paper, I hope.
Thank you for introducing the novels which I'm not familiar with, but which you've drawn out so many really fascinating issues from. And I was wondering whether one of the things that you were showing us was that the private sphere of personal relationships and of interpersonal relationships is really entangled with the political. Is that something that you feel comes across in these novels?
Absolutely. That's both in Roy and Natura Zagorna. How much the question of what is a political novel, it becomes completely superfluous in their cases because it's so obviously political all the time. And in certain places in Gurna Zuber, it is stated everyone was interested in politics then, the colonial politics and all that. People, all of them, the entire nation were caught up in these processes, which are very, very violent and problematic in many ways. But yeah, everything really was political in those times, and it carried on with the immigrant story and stuff like that. So yeah, I would. In these cases, political is so obvious, it's really bursting at the seams.
Can I just follow that up with another question about the nature of personal relationships? I wonder whether in, any of the novels, and maybe, in Desertion, you were showing a way in which personal relationships become more complicated as a result of that also complicated political situation that informs the lives of the subjects in the novel.
Definitely, but even before this eruption of the political, it's clearly stated and it doesn't fall into the trap of romanticizing the past, even though it's always romantic because it's gone and because things have happened which are not right with massacres and all that, but it shows how much the religion and religious mendacities, it is said at one point, have really destroyed those lives, have really hemmed them in much more than it was necessary, and the feminist aspects are quite present in his works, which is something I really enjoy.
Yeah, I need to ask some questions because really I expected that I follow the short question. But two things I would like to mention concerning the novel By the Sea, because there are those waves of migration that you mentioned, I fully agree. But we could also add that there are some migration or movement, and migration as well, that were the result of the Cold War. Because Latif moved to the eastern Germany because he supported, Tanzania is supported by Eastern Bloc, yes, yeah. But Omar, yes, because of British support, yes, for some political part in Tanzania, yes, he's allowed, yes, to come to Britain. So, if you also comment this political period, yes, because it went throughout relations of post-colonial Africa. Yes, it is the same about Ethiopia, about other countries. We had these students coming also to Poland, yes, from countries. From Libya and others, yes, were treated as friendly. if you could develop this. And the other thing is more closely related to the question of Charlotte, because what I thought reading this novel By the Sea, yes, is that how would you interpret this? Because Omar and Latif are from two families that were struggling together for generations, and each other wanted to deprive the others from their house, yes, which could result of migration, okay? And finally they meet in Britain, but they do not talk about being migrant all the time. All what they do is like being in migration. Is the opportunity to finally speak to each other, right? How do you explain how this relation was overworked in the novel? Because I think that this is political means community, and I think that they were so strongly separated, two Zanzibar families. They hated each other so strongly, and this migration yes, allowed them, yes, to reveal all the secrets, all the crypts, and so on and so on. Yes, there's something interesting and some hopeful at the end of the novel by the sea. Of course,
hopeful. I agree.
Yeah. How do you explain? How did they manage to establish this, to reshape their relation?
That's quite an interesting thing. There's a turn of the screw additional one because Saleh Omar uses Latif's father's name because of the quite complicated reasons, but passport, it reminds me of the things that happen in migration of in exile of the people from Yugoslavia as well. Back in Yugoslavia, they fight each other all the time, hate each other, all of that, but once they go outside, Britain, Germany, all of that, they hang out together quite a lot and they feel like they are of the same place. While they will not be able to do that to a certain extent back home. The same thing happened here. There was no one else there but the two of them, and they finally were able to get to the bottom of what was true, what was not, because of all the problems of stories and memories and what really happened. It's quite complicated. It's Byzantine by design, because of all of those things, who gets what part of the house and all of that. It's completely overdetermined with the Arabian influence as well, because who gets the house gets determined by religious authorities to a certain extent, and the crux of the problem between those two families, which were really one bigger family, was the other brother, Latif's brother, and the Muslim trade and Muslim travels, the Arab contingent of the family. So it really gets quite interesting and very complicated. So I couldn't get into that. And then the East Africa part and the German influence there and what happened. I really hope to get to the bottom of it in the article, because there will be a lot of interesting things to say, because I want to argue for the Marxist perspective, but some form of vulgarized Marxism was what was behind these massacres. Not completely, but that was a mantle that they threw then over it with the parties in charge. Though not completely. I read somewhere that the fact that Tanzania became one country was due to the fact to contain the possible communist upheaval that could maybe happen in Zanzibar. I'm not sure, we'll have to look into that, but it's an interesting thing, and how communism is treated in his novels is very interesting as well. It's not some kind of Cold War hatred or something, because he suffered as a consequence of, for example, socialist policies, which were quite catastrophic economically, of course, because they weren't on a good economic ground to do these kinds of collectivizations and nationalizations and stuff like that. So anyway, that will be another part of the work. I hope it will do something with that.
Thank you.
Any other question for Anke or concluding remarks? Any other question for the speaker? If not, we will ask. Yes, we will thank. We will ask Tomasz for the concluding remarks.
Don't you worry, I am not having concluding remarks. But to be honest, I think that there is something about some notion by Ivana. She felt that we met again, some of us, and we pushed the subject forward. Yes, with new perspectives, new ideas, new books, and new topics. Yes. Our discussion about political novel in Europe is now again reshaped and defined, and I think this is just the effect of the presentations, of your engagement in this workshop. I think that's definitely one of the turning points of our visit to the migrant info point, when we could feel that this is really something especially contributing, yes, to be in other spaces with you, Alicia, and your colleagues, and to be closer to the practical demands of being with migrants. I mean, lots of things circulated, some ideas circulated, like Zrinka has an idea about migration as a possibility, as chance. It appeared again in Ante as migration as a chance, yes, to do the work, so relations of those people. There were so many issues that it would take another 2 days for me to summarize it. But I have to say that this is just a good, as Winston Churchill said, this is the end of the beginning. Yes, because as you know, we will have these 3 events in Poznan about political now in Europe between democracy and authoritarianism. This was the first step.
It doesn't work. Thank you all for your participation in the workshop, and thank you all for contributing to the cartography and to introducing us to the novels that we haven't read. So I think that's really important in the whole scope of the project, because we have also not only the research part of the project, we have this political ambition with this project to create a list and a policy recommendation for European Union to include certain novels as an obligatory reading list for political education of young people, and to bring to the attention the importance of fiction as a tool for, I must now finish, as a tool for rethinking the idea of Europeanness by bringing the excluded positions, the minor positions, by bringing attention to small literatures, to untranslated authors, to we are learning from each other, and you know, the concept of Europe includes also small countries that were also the internal colonized in Europe. So this opportunity is also to, you know, a part of Europe was colonized by empires that were not European, and we have to also include, and we have now the opportunity to discuss when we discuss political models, and I think some of the text portraits that we are going to do will help introduce the new titles that should be part of the European canon, but that bring non-European perspectives as a constitutive part of the concept of Europe. So we have lots of reading to do, and I think the project also gives the opportunity to include colleagues outside the consortium to bring attention to certain titles and to certain issues that, and this is why today's morning session that we had was extremely important for this policy part of our project, not only to see how
migrant info point works, but how it brings to attention the reality of migration, and because we are discussing it theoretically from reading novels and watching news and reading news portals. But when we listen, when we hear this other perspective, then you can then pay attention to certain issues that you wouldn't notice in the novel. So this is what was really for what I'm really grateful that you have invited colleagues from the MIP, from MIP to participate, and I think that it would be really good to have more workshops and conferences like that to bring together not only academics but also people who have to put political ideas in action. So this is why. And we have, I'll just say a few words. We have other events in June. I think we have really a schedule that is okay. We have, I think, a workshop in Berlin, and we have Brighton, and we have Zagreb. I think these are, and I think all of them will be streamed available. And so, if you want to join us and to join the discussions, what?
And we have another event with Azucena Blanca.
Yes.
From Granada, who will be speaking about the political novel as well.
Yes, yes. So please, if you don't follow us on our social media and spread the word about the project, we are really open to collaborate outside the consortium. If we had more money, we could spread the consortium another way, but at this point, I think this was the great start. So I really also would like to thank the colleagues that gave their presentation outside the consortium now, and I hope to have you in our conferences and workshops as guests in our future. So we are networking also and using this project for that. So, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luca. I would never forgive myself if I would not say, Dominic and Kasper, thank you so much for coming. Part of the activity is maybe unknown for you because thanks to them we produce our podcasts, which is our obligation in this workshop. So I am extremely grateful for you guys. And I have my very strong, but not only my personal, I think our communal pleasure to thank to Gerard for all you did for us to arrange the workshop. Last but not least, I would like to thank so much for all the authors of presentations and for all the colleagues, and especially for those who traveled to us from all over Europe. Thank you, dear friends, for coming. Thank you so much. Okay, and now I go to the technical remarks. Of course, we will be informing you about some terms, when and how to deliver papers. It won't be next week, don't you worry. But we will send you some information with details. And as for our dinner, we need to consult with you if you want to go to the hotel again or just go directly to the Liberté. We go to the same place. Okay, for the storm is possible in a minute, so let's...
There is wine in the restaurant?
Sorry?
There is wine in the restaurant.
Yeah, there is wine. Okay, thank you so much.